Greetings and salutations all. Welcome to this regularly scheduled board meeting for March 27th, 2023. Roll call, please, Mr. Atkins.
Dr. Akbar.
Here.
Mr. Alexander.
Present.
Ms. Autry.
Here.
Dr. Hall.
Aye.
Ms. Jackson.
Present.
Mrs. McKittrick.
Here.
Mr. Perry.
I'm here.
We have a student board member, Frozen Azimi.
Here.
Thank you kindly. Ms. Autry, would you mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance this morning? I'm sorry, this afternoon. This morning. Oh, she's supposed to do it? Frozen, I apologize. You're supposed to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance today? All right. Yep.
Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Sorry, Frozen. That wasn't done right in dress rehearsal.
It's okay.
All right. So we're going to go a bit out of order here and move right to community school reflections. Frozen, we have Frozen, who's an 11th grader at my alumni. At my high school, where I attend with alumni, alumnus, whatever, North High School.
Yes.
Go Vikings, and I would love to hear from you first.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Frozen Azimi. I'm a junior at North High School. I'm in biomedical science pathway. My future goal is to graduate from college and continue my career as a dentist. I'm also a scholar and athlete. I'm a guard on North basketball team. On behalf of the Scholar Board, I want to congratulate the Book to CLC boys basketball team on their state championship win. I know it takes a lot of dedication and hard work to get there. To celebrate the Book to team and cheerleaders, the Scholar Board has trophies for the team from all 20,000 students enrolled in APS. Speaking of dedication and hard work, I'm Muslim and currently observing Ramadan. Ramadan is one of the most important festivals Muslim people celebrate. This year, Ramadan is celebrated from March 21st to April 21st. As a Muslim, we fast starting at 4 a.m. until 8:20 p.m. We are not allowed to drink or eat anything during that time. We fast because we want to experience how people who can't afford food feel. During Ramadan, Muslims, people feed the less fortunate and buy them food for their homes. Fasting is not easy, but we believe if we help less fortunate people, God will help us in future. As a Muslim, I think that most of the students who are currently attending APS and celebrating Ramadan need a separate room to go during lunch because we think the smell of the food will break our fast. The students should have places to pray. We pray 3 times a day during Ramadan. Once in the morning, once in the afternoon, and once at night. I feel proud to share information about Ramadan religion on behalf of the APS students and staff celebrating this month. I feel safe and accepted because APS is a diverse school district that celebrates the unique differences of all the scholars and staff. Happy Ramadan, and my native language Farsi, Ramazan Mubarak.
Thank you, Frozen. You can exhale there. Nicely done. Do we have other community and/or school reflections? Mr. Perry.
So I had a chance to go to the Akron Public Schools 59th Annual Age Group Track Program a couple weeks ago. I didn't know it was 59 years they've had this. It's my first time going there. And of course, I got to tout my young 4th grader who's at Resnick, who ran in this event, got an 8th place medal in his meet event. But all the students that were there got ribbons for running really well and doing all the events. Diana was there as well. Superintendent was there. And it was a great event. It was well attended over at North High School back on March 18th. So thanks for having me there, and it was a great program.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Perry. Are there other community and/or school reflections? Ms. Autry.
Thank you, Dr. Hall. And so I know we have a full agenda here, and I've been actually busy as well since we last met. As Mr. Perry said, I was able to attend the 59th Annual Age Group Track Program for 4th through 6th graders. And I just wanted to also thank Adam Motter and all of the volunteers. They did such a great job. I remember participating in that, and my daughter as well. And this is the opportunity, a first opportunity for many of those young people to compete in an organized event. So thank you, APS, for providing that. Also, I was able to visit Barber CLC. I got to see Mrs. Williams over there, the principal, manage staffing challenges in real time. I can't it's so powerful to see these administrators manage issues that come up in real time, having to meet staffing challenges, having to combine classes, having to mix, classes together. And so I just wanted to say a special shout out and thank you to Mrs. Williams and her team over there, to have a school board member there, right there at your elbow, and you're having to deal with these challenges in real time. It was great to see. They deserve so much support. And also shout out to Ms. Lamp's 6th grade class over there. They grilled me about our food and lunches. That's always a topic of discussion, and so I was able to connect them with Mrs. Kepler, our nutrition services person, and so they're going to actually get to test out some new food that's going to be coming to APS next year, and so they can let me know how that goes. Was able to visit Ellett High School and just get a report out on the Yonder pouches, and so they're reporting great things over there at Ellett. They seem to like it. I actually talked to students, guys, and they liked it. They weren't happy at first, but they are definitely adjusting to it. They feel more focused. They're talking to each other more. And so I just wanted to share that out for those who are interested in how it's been going. Had the opportunity to visit STEM Middle School, which is amazing, as we all know. For the folks in the room, I know some of you are here tonight. And then also David Hill. And then this got the opportunity as well to visit Pfeiffer and Firestone Park to have some really tough discussions with those folks over there regarding long-term operations. And I just wanted to thank those parents and families who came out to hear and to share their thoughts regarding our plans moving forward. And then lastly, I was able to visit Ritzman CLC. I want to give a special shout out to Jayla, Zoe, Lillian. They were awesome ambassadors. They gave me a nice tour of the school. And they continue to amaze me, our students. They're always an example of our better selves. They shared with me about their DHH classes, that's deaf, hard of hearing, and they have a student that was there from Afghanistan, and they shared how they've befriended this young gentleman and how they support him when they have fire drills and alarms, because things like that are disturbing to him. They've developed their own little language that they do with him just to make him feel comfortable. And so I thought that was really impressive how they've really embraced him. So again, special shout out to that group over there. And then I know we're honoring them later on in the program, but I can't go a school board meeting without mentioning my Buchtogriffs. It was wonderful to see you guys represent for us as a district. It was a wonderful parade yesterday. It's truly a testament of the importance of sports. I say it all the time. I personally don't feel it's extracurricular, it's co-curricular. All of you have maintained a GPA to stay eligible, and I think that really matters. It's important. You've done the work. Thank you for being a positive example for the community and for the Griff Nation. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Autry. Are there other community and/or school reflections? Ms. Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since the last time that we met, or that I was here, I've had the pleasure to visit ECLC a couple of times. I went originally to visit Ms. Treen's history class. As I said, I love her history class, so I was excited to go and visit. But the day that I got there, she was at a training or some type of professional development. So I'll go into her class, and you know how I always say excellence looks different. You know when it's a great teacher because how their room runs when they are not present. So she had a substitute teacher, and it was completely quiet. Students were engaged in the learning. And I was happy to be there. I was able to talk to many of the different students just about certain interests, how they liked the class, and also what their aspirations were after high school. So I was able to give some information about some scholarship opportunities. Some of them were juniors, I believe. And I said, okay, your senior year, make sure that you get with me so I can tell you about the Hero K Stubbs Scholarship and the things that they offer. And so it was very enlightening. And so upon leaving from Ms. Treen's class, I go into the hallway, and then I seen Ms. Berzinskas, who is another teacher at East, and with a beautiful spirit, just very engaging, good connections with her students, and it was transitioning, so she was all right with Ms. Jackson popping in and talking to her, and I was able to take some pictures with the kids that were very respectful, and it was just good to see young people connecting with their teachers in such a way, so I was very excited about that. And then I went back the following week on the middle school side, and I was able to visit Miss Lewis's math class, and she was doing math intervention. And I had a good time just observing and seeing what they were working on, and their eye ready, and just being focused and really trying to do those deep interventions with some learners, and her communication with them, and letting them be uniquely who they were while still keeping them on task. So I thought that was really good. So I wanted to just highlight those teachers at ECLC and also those students. Additionally, I was able to attend the Art in the Middle, and it was wonderful. This was on Saturday at the Akron Public Library. Superintendent was there. It was some great work. Ms. Wilson is doing a great job with the arts and with music within our district. We have such creative students within our district. And so I asked a superintendent, I said, I want to buy, we need to do something, because, I'm all about entrepreneurship, youth entrepreneurship. And I said, how can we leverage? We need to do something where we're selling their artwork. I'm always thinking of something new. She was like, hey, we do that. It's called business, art and business. And so when Miss Wilson, right, when she came out, she told me, oh, yeah, we do this. And she was telling me how I can get connected. And I said, well, listen, I know exactly the piece I want to buy. I know the piece. So just in case the art teacher does not connect with me, I want to put my bid out. So I want to buy The Girl Is on Fire. So, yes. So that's the piece that I want to get framed. So, no, Miss Carla Jackson, I want to buy that piece. And I really believe that what you feed is what will grow. And I think it's important that we feed our students who are innovative, who are entrepreneur. That's the 4th E. And I keep talking about that because I just want to see that highlighted on a greater level, because it feeds into the ecosystem of our city of Akron. And it also helps to promote the kids and get them excited about whatever the God-given talent that they have been blessed with in the area of creativity, being visionary in what they're doing. So congratulations to all those students that came out and who were honored, for the teachers, for your work, for pouring into them, for Ms. Wilson, and just for this district of still highlighting and supporting the arts. Additionally, as I said, youth entrepreneurship is very important to me because it's about sustainability, self-sufficiency, it's teachers' responsibility, and the earlier that they learn about being self-reliant, I think the better we are as a people, as a community, as a nation. So I've had the pleasure to meet with various people from APS, Akron Public School District, some graduates. Last time I talked about the Bailey brand and how I bought the sweatsuit from him. Recently, I was in Savannah, Georgia, and I went to meet a Garfield alumni, Trey Gordon, and he has a brand called Vantas, and he's making me a custom suit for me to wear to a benefit concert that I'm going to. And so I said, wow, this is so great. What school did you go to? He's like, Garfield. I'm like, exactly, right? And so I said, I get your fly, right? And so he's making this suit for me, and I said, I just think, and he's about to graduate with his master's degree. He's an Akron graduate, so I want us to highlight these young people. And so another designer from Bookdale, Eli, I had his sweater on yesterday at the parade. On top of, under my championship shirt, he's also leveraging the branding. He's a graduate. So these are entrepreneurs that are still moving, that are out of our district, that I want us to highlight and support. Additionally, also a young man named Bari, and his collection he has a Bari connection. I'll get his government name later, but he's also a graduate of East High School. And then lastly, Willie Harper. Now, yesterday, if you guys were at the parade, you seen all those nice Bookto, the 1040 like jackets that was like on the shiny, like what's that material, like a silk, like it had, some people had East jackets on, some people had Garfield, they were custom jackets. Or Will Harper, I'm gonna say, is a graduate from Garfield High School as well. And this is his brand. So the reason why I'm doing all these shout outs, because each of these brands are brands that I personally have supported. So now each board meeting, I'm going to wear a piece from each of these designers so that we all can see it, because this is how we elevate Akron, by supporting industry within Akron from entrepreneurs from Akron. So what we feed is what will grow. So if we want the outlook of our city to be different, then when they're in school, this is the mindset we need to feed, is the entrepreneurial mindset, because it talks about calculated risk. It talks about investing and giving back, right? And so if we want our community to be better, then we have to feed our learners that are looking to give back to the community, so hopefully they'll stay in the community. So that's my reflection.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Yeah, Mr. Alexander.
Yeah, I wanted to give a shout out to Bookto's basketball team too, and I wanted to make sure that I give a shout out to Coach Dent. Coach Dent has paid his dues. He's been there for Bookto a long time, and now he's the head coach, and he won a state championship. But all that time he put in is well deserved. So I want to thank him. I want to thank his coaches. Thank Coach Nisi. Where's Coach Nisi Carter back there with the cheerleaders? She has done a great job with the cheerleaders, and I want to definitely congratulate the boys basketball team. Very proud of you guys. Very proud. And my last bit of information to you all, I hope that all of you as young men, you're student athletes. Remember, student first and athletes, but take advantage of this time. Enjoy your time. Go to college if you can. Go to enjoy the time you can have in college. You can learn, get a free education, and be able to move forward in your life and come out debt-free. So take advantage of it. You guys have a very good opportunity. I'd love to see all of you go to college. If you don't play a whole lot, get the experience of going to college or traveling on the basketball team, seeing other states, different parts of the state, different universities. Go and get that experience, because it'll be very, very enriching to you. So again, congratulations to all of you. Thank you.
Ms. Jackson.
Okay, and yes, definitely, again, congratulations to Bookto's basketball team. But I also, since you said the athletes, if you remember the 1 week when I reported about going to Bookto and meeting with Dr. Sims and some of the National Honor Society students, actually one of the student athletes is here, MJ. Stand up, MJ. He's a member of the National Honor Society. So he's definitely a scholar and an athlete, which I'm sure many of you are, because some have come and presented in the past. But I wanted to give a shout out because I directly had met and spoke with him about his experience in our district and things like that. So I just want to definitely say congratulations, and excellence looks different. It looks like you guys. So thank you again.
Okay, are there other, Dr. Akbar?
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I, too, had the fortunate opportunity to go to Bookto and celebrate with the team in the gym right after the win, and the energy in that place was electric, and it was something to behold. So I'm glad I was able to go to celebrate with you, and to bringing a state championship home to the district, and more importantly to Bookto and to that community. It means a lot, and I know each and every one of you will do great things in your future, and this is definitely not just a celebration for now, but a celebration for years to come. So I just wanted to shout them out and thank them for a job well done, really. So thank you. And
This is the last name.
Yes, Ms. Jackson.
Okay.
I wasn't finished, but
Oh, well, you start clapping. So you'll talk back in. Bookto's band Y'all already talked about the cheerleaders because how they kill it. But the band, can we give a hand clap for that band as well? Because the band was giving yesterday. If you were there, you know. If you don't know, then you missed it. Go to a game, another game. But that band is on point. So good job with all that you're doing, Principal Beecher, everything that you're doing over there in the building. Thank you very much.
Mr. Jackson, you done? You sure? Okay, all right, just checking. Dr. Akbar, back to you.
All right, is it safe? All right.
Yeah, right.
All right. So I too wanted to thank the cheerleaders. So thank you. I've known Nisi, Miss Carter, for a long time, and she has been living and breathing cheerleading probably since the before I even met her. And so thank you for your outstanding work, and to your cheerleaders, you've definitely elevated them as well. And so I just wanted to say thank you to you. No problem. And the last point that I wanted to make is actually really, it's really a mixed emotions that I have. I have served this district and this board what I believe is very well for the three plus years here. I recently had an opportunity to take a new role and be elevated as National Chief of Equity at a nonprofit social justice organization, which will preclude me from holding elective office. So I'm actually going to, unfortunately, announce that I will be resigning from this board effective April the 10th at 11:59 p.m. So the next meeting will be my last meeting. I really did not come to this lightly, as I love APS. As all of you know, I'm not a graduate of APS, but I've been connected with APS for 14 years, and ever since Ms. Culver brought me in. So if you have any problems, blame her. But I just wanted to take this time to thank Ms. Culver for allowing me to do the work that I've done with the district, with mentoring our young men and students, doing our teacher academy programs, connecting them to what we were doing at Kent State, as well as the hospitality program, working with Garfield and Bookdale for those culinary arts programs to help them, those who wanted to get bachelor's degrees in hospitality management, to be able to build those partnerships so many years ago. Really started my connection to APS in 2009, and so I wanted to just take that time to thank Ms. Culver for that, because that was the beginning of my investment into the district, and really in the beginning of my investment into a city that ended up adopting me. Moving here from Detroit, I was very nervous and scared that I wouldn't make any friends or wouldn't be able to make an impact, and I think that that is further from the truth and the case. And so I wanted to take that time to really say that this has been an honor of my lifetime, to serve on this board, to serve with each and every one of you, and most importantly, to elevate our students and to ensure that we sat here and was the type of school board member that we hoped we had when we were younger. As many of you know, I was the young man who couldn't read, and when I got into the third grade, and I had a teacher who set me down and told me that I could learn to read, and she spent extra time and hours with me, and got me connected to speech pathologists and special ed, and it really was what helped me climb out of the situation that I was in. And I could stand before you or sit before you today as Dr. Akbar because, I had that teacher invest in me. And that's really why I do what I do. As an educator and as a person who serves on this board, I want to make sure that we elevate the voices and needs of our teachers. and that we're living out their values. And I hope I did them proud serving on this board. And the last thing I wanted to note is, we hear a lot of things in the media about what's negative about this board, but I could tell you, if no one else has said it, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of each and every one of you on this board that I've served with. And I'm very proud of the legacy and the record that I'm going to be leaving behind, not as vice president during the pandemic and not necessarily as president for 2 years, but more importantly, what we've been able to accomplish. And if you'll indulge me really briefly, I want to just name a few things that you might not have heard about. One of them you have, obviously, which is the reason why we're going to have so many people speak to us tonight who signed up for our public comment section, where the public comment policy was changed to eliminate prior vetting, eliminated the 2-day pre-written notice that we needed for you to come speak, and also offered for the first time same-day sign-ups. And that's a policy that I put forward almost the moment I joined the board. We also were able, as a board together, pass Advanced APS, our 3-and-3 strategic priority plan, which centered achievement, equity, and engagement with goals and metrics for success for the district. Now, the pandemic has changed that a lot because our situation has changed somewhat, but I'm still proud that we'll be able to use that and adapt that for our current situation. Also, racism as a public health crisis, we became the first district in the nation to pass that resolution, but it eliminated standardized pre-screening and hiring practices so that we wouldn't ask people to have certain values in order to join us that were standardized based off of a population that are mostly white women, so that was actually eliminating more diversity in the hiring pool, because if they did not make it out of the pre-screening, they were never even considered for employment. And so eliminating that was really critical for us to expand who we see in our hiring pools. We also obviously focused on diversifying the curriculum as well, and making sure that we focus on the data and having transparency in our data. I'm also very proud that we were able to pass the faculty and staff, or the staff and employee and student gender pronoun and chosen name policy, so that not only William and Robert get to be called Bill and Bob, but anybody in this district gets to be called what they want to be called, so that we can respect the dignity of every human being, so that they can grow and prosper in this district. The racial equity policy was also something that I'm really proud of. We created the Chief Diversity Officer role that reports directly to the superintendent, as well as the Board Level Equity Committee, which will help this district maintain and sustain equity as a perennial focus of our district, not just one that's on the margins. The live streaming policy, so those of you who are watching from afar, that policy I put forward that passed, that we will live stream all of our meetings the same, and they're viewed the same day. Also want to thank Ms. Autry for taking on the crazy idea that I had of having an ad hoc committee on district communications, specifically looking at where our most vulnerable populations are missing, or where we're missing communication with them. And I appreciate her for leading that charge. And, we substantive recommendations came from that, and I know the district are working on those, but I think it really highlighted that we need to do more work with our most marginalized and vulnerable in our district, such as our students where English is their second language, and those who live in low-income communities, doing things a little differently. And so I appreciate her work for taking on that crazy idea, and I appreciate the outcomes that's come. There's a few other things, but the one thing that I'm most proud of is the livable wage priority. We charged the district in 2021 to make livable wage a priority of our district. We passed a few weeks ago the 20 lowest paying job classifications to raise their hourly pay rates, some of them more than $2 an hour. We also recently accepted or passed some other unionized contracts, which also had the livable wage priority on top of the 4%, 3%, 3.5%, which they saw some of them over $2 more an hour in their pay. And this is something that I'm very proud of, because those individuals working in our district who are hourly wage workers not only deserve the dignity that their work it actually contributes not only to the district but also to our student success, and more importantly, their children go to Akron Public Schools, and so helping their pay also helps our students as well. And so I'm really, really proud of that. And if you ask me, I will tell you that's what I'm most proud of. And because it makes a difference. I'm also proud of, after the pandemic hit, which we weren't obviously prepared for, that we resisted the urge to lay off people. And instead, I was able to work with my colleagues and our administration at the time to be more creative and empower our staff and our unions to think differently, because we were in a different time. And instead of laying off 1,200 people, we were able to have those individuals work differently during the pandemic to actually take packets to our students who needed it, to visit our students in special ed who had special concerns. And so I'm really excited and proud that our board was able to do that. We also, obviously, on that rate, we knew that some of our staff wouldn't be able to work the same number of hours that they were working, and because they worked hourly wage jobs, this board was audacious enough to pass the Keep Them Whole resolution, where we kept their pay whole from March to June of 2020, regardless if they were able to work the number of hours that they traditionally worked or not. But that was to make sure that as we all were going through the pandemic and uncertain times, that we weren't forgetting that they were a part of our family, and that they actually deserved to be kept whole at least to the end of the school year. And I'm glad that we were able to do that. And so many other things. But most importantly, I wanted to end by saying that equity and transparency is not just words on a paper to me. They're not just words that I say. I live these out every day in my life. And I'm really proud of the fact that we were able to use equity within our decision making, and we're continuing to do that. And this board will, again, forever hold a special place in my heart. And I'm not gone yet. I still have a few more weeks. But I wanted to just say thank you to the Akron community for electing me, to putting their confidence and trust in me. And I hope that I did not let you down. And so to APS, as we continue to move forward, I want to say let's stay APS proud. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Akbar. We definitely appreciate it, and there'll be more to say on this at the next board meeting. We'll try to send you out the right way, but we certainly appreciate your contributions and your leadership for the last 3.5 years, and thank you again for a very eloquent education, if you will, on just what we've done the last 3.5 years together as a team. So thank you for that. So next, what I want to do is I want to pivot, and we're going to go out of order here just a bit, because I know that we've got young students, and though you all look like grown men, you are still kids, and so I know that we want to get you home and get you home for bedtime, right? So we want to make sure. So we're going to do. We're going to go out of order. We're going to do our recognitions first, and then we're going to do our request to address the board. But before we get up to begin that, I just wanted to make a couple remarks. Ms. Autry talks a lot about the importance of sports, about how that is a co-curricular as opposed to an extracurricular, and I couldn't agree with her more. And you've heard me say multiple times in the past weeks that these are tumultuous and polarizing times that we live in. And so I'm continually amazed at the lessons that team sports teach us. And you all, as state champions in basketball, as we followed your accomplishments this season, you have modeled for us the kinds of things that we need to do as a community if we're going to move forward. Things like mental toughness, you exude that every single day. Togetherness, you're together every day, working hard to a singular goal. You subjugate your egos, you put the team first. Performance under pressure. I can't imagine how hard it was to hit 2 free throws with 14 seconds to go in the game with the state title on the line. I can't imagine that. The teamwork and the collaboration. Our community could learn a lot more about teamwork and collaboration. Communication. You talk to each other. You don't talk about each other. And so again, I think those are important attributes. And last but not least, let me just say this: you are champions forever. Do you know that? You are champions forever. As they say, forever, forever, ever, forever. Yes, you are champions forever, and nobody can ever take that away from you. So no matter where you go in life, the roads that life may take you down, remember this moment in time. Okay, you are champions. You are champions, and we salute you. So let's move to those recognitions. Let's see. We're going to go with. We have Ms. Whitfield going to lead this.
Ms. Whitfield has trophies.
Okay. I have the proclamation. So first, let me read the proclamation. So those of you that were at the parade on Sunday would have heard this, but the Mayor Horgan, was kind enough to issue a proclamation. So I'll read parts of it. But it says, to the people of Akron, actually I'm going to read all of it. To the people of Akron, whereas the Bookdale High School boys basketball team won the Ohio State School Athletic Association Division II State Championship on March 19, 2023, with a 51-49 win over Lutheran West. And whereas the championship win for the Bookdale High School Griffins boys basketball team is the first in school history and the first championship win by an Akron City Series boys basketball team since 1986. And whereas under the direction of head coach Rayshawn Dent in his 3rd season, the Griffins finished their regular season with a record of 22-7. The Griffins outscored their 6 playoff opponents, then won the state championship against Lutheran West Longhorns at the University of Dayton Stadium. And whereas the team includes players De'Air Pride Jr., Taj Poole, Armand Gable, Amir Robinson, Jaden Maxwell, Malsey Pearson, Marcel Boyce Jr., Dakota Taylor, Kimarian Marks, Stephen Diamond, Kwa Thurman, Demetrius Coates, Marquise Turner, Damian Johnson, and coaches Rayshawn Dent, Steve Culp, Michael Williams, Kevin Simpsons, Darius Knight, Donald Garth, Greg Clark. And whereas the City of Akron applauds each member of the basketball team, coaching staff, student body, faculty, administration, family, and friends at Bookdale High School on the historic Division II boys basketball state championship win. Now, therefore, I, Daniel Horgan, Mayor of the City of Akron, do hereby proclaim Sunday, March 26, 2023, as Bookdale High School boys basketball team day. In the City of Akron, and we ask all residents to congratulate the team and coaching staff for winning the Ohio Division II state championship. A witness thereof, he has sealed this by his hand. This day on the 26th of March 2023. So again, we salute you all. And now we're going to move to the trophy presentation. Ms. Whitfield. Or, I'm sorry, Ms. Beecher. Let me just correct that. Ms. Whitfield was telling us what to do when we got to this part of the presentation.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us, Superintendent Outley, President Hall, Vice President Autry, and the rest of the board members. You guys ended up saying almost everything I wanted to say, so I'm going to just talk a little bit about this 1040 basketball team here. I am super proud of the accomplishments. They all know if I make eye contact, I'll be up here crying, so I'm not going to do that. But the brotherhood that these gentlemen have developed over last season and this season is something that was apparent as you were watching the games. They held each other up. The reason why we were so tough to beat is because it wasn't just one player that the opponent had to stop. It was the entire team. So if they were able to, if one of our players got in foul trouble or if something happened with one of our other players, we had another one off the bench ready to go. That is the epitome of a championship team. Some other personal things I'd like to say, because I got to see it from just a different lens. Coach Dent. Congratulations, Coach Dent. I was able to see his wife run in and out of every game, most of the time hiding, sometimes crying. I think she thought that if they were winning and she walked in, if she was working in the concession stand and the other team scored, that it was her fault, so she would run back out again. But just to see that support that she shows her husband, I also used to be a coach, and so sometimes I'm watching Coach Dent's assistant coaches. And I saw this game, and Coach Dent was getting ready to go on the floor. Now, he knows he's not supposed to go on the floor. And Steve Culp, who I've known since Jennings, grabbed him. I said, now that's something that everyone doesn't see, but I saw it. Because you need that. You need to have someone as a friend, as a coach, who can check you on certain things and it be okay. And so just to see some of those things was very impressive. I am super proud of all of you for your accomplishments. I'm proud of the cheerleaders, the cheerleading coach. But this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. We are going to stay on this upward trajectory. We are going to not only succeed athletically, but academically at Bookdale CLC. I want to thank the community for the outpouring. There haven't been this many people up at Bookdale for a long time. I'm loving it. We came back on Sunday from the championship, and we had Copley Road lined up with well-wishers, with supporters. It's all over Facebook. It's just a wonderful thing. It's a wonderful event. It's something that you'll talk to your kids about, your grandkids about. So it's something that no one could ever take away from you. You should be extremely proud of that accomplishment. I did end up writing some stuff down because, like I said, you guys were still in all my stuff. So I want to thank all of the staff members. I want to thank APS Athletics. I would call Ron Linger, hey, I need a fan bus. And he would get me a fan bus. And we didn't have to pay for the fan bus. We were able to get 80 kids and 20 staff members down to Dayton over the 2 days to cheer our guys on to victory, which is a great thing. I want to thank my staff members who are in the audience here for their support. Without them, without being able to be mentors to some of you guys, to be those people that you talk to when things aren't going the right way and they can give you advice is something that exudes 1040. That's what we are. That's what we are. We support one another. We're going to continue to change the narrative. I want everybody who came out to support us for this championship to continue to support us, to continue to support our 6 seniors who are going away to college. This is not the time to let them go on their own. As Dr. Hall said, I know they look like men. They're going to need some guidance and support as they go on to this next stage in their life. And so we don't just need to come around to, sell shirts and that kind of thing. We got to be there to support them. That's right. as they progress in their future. Again, I want to thank all of the staff members, the support system, the community. And although today is all about you, and it really is all about you, I did hear before the board meeting started from Kathy McVeigh that I am now your official campus principal. On their faces, they didn't know, because I've been operating as a principal since I've been interim, but it will not change my dedication to you guys, to the community, to anyone else who's 1040. I'm very proud because I'm also a Bookville grad. So, all right, I'm gonna stop talking. Thank you, and congratulations.
My eyes are changing.
Skip beside.
So we do proper chance. Or we just pass them at the end.
We can do it all at the same time. So, hello, I am Dreamer Whitfield, and I am representing the student board today along with Frozen. And on behalf of all of the students in Akron Public Schools and the Scholar Board, our 20,000 plus students, we have trophies for you all. So when we call your name, and a proclamation from the mayor. So when we call your name, cheerleaders and team, will you please come up? Frozen's gonna hand me the first trophy. Demetrius Coates. Marquez Turner, come on up. Marquise Turner. Darius Knight. Greg Clark. Now hand me the next one. Stephen Diamond. Steve Cope, for the coaches as well as the players. Barbara Blash. Lachelle Davis Ivory. Kevin Simpson. Donald Garth. Coy Thurman. Derriere Pride Jr. Taj Poole. Amir Robinson. Armand Gabo. Lachelle Davis Ivory. You gentlemen, please come on up. Everyone who's remaining, please come up. Demetrius Coates. You ready? Here, we're going to hand you all these, and then we'll get you all the rest of yours later. Come on up, gentlemen. Oops. Just keep moving, gentlemen. We'll give you yours soon. Just keep going. We'll give you your alert. Marcel Boyce. Dakota Taylor. And Jalen Maxwell. And those gentlemen will get you your trophies soon. Aries Graves. Is she here? Makisha Nurse. Eunice Carter. Deja Walker. Jenny Sperling. Sienna Harvey. Mariah Jones. Maya Coates. Demarion Evans. And Nevaeh Wright, is she here?
I'll stay right here.
It's hard. It's hard. I know, and I appreciate it so much. We're gonna take.
Come stand beside me.
So Bruce, 1 second. So there were a couple of players whose names were not called, and that's an admin error on our part. So we want to make sure that this is a very important point in time, right? These folks deserve to have their names called, and you to applaud for them. So we're going to ask them to step back over here, and we're going to say your name, and we're going to give you the proper recognition that you deserve. So thank you. Here we go.
Damian Johnson. And Malsai Pearson.
I'll stand right in here, I'll stand back here, and we'll get one more.
Yeah, something like that.
Just kind of fill this area right in here. The people that are less tall in the front, the people that are taller in the back. We're going to get a little bit basketball players. Guys, a little bit more this way. A little bit more. Over this way.
Yeah. Yep.
Guys, just kind of get in, fill the gaps there. Back.
I just sit and observe.
Take over his spirit.
Yeah.
What about Cardi say? Cardi just released to take over his spirit.
Release it. Yeah, you do this. Yeah. Release it. I got you. They're good. They're good. I don't know how bad. Can they call the name?
Yeah. Gary, you want to get
Well, take one just then, and then yes, I want to be in a picture with champions.
Absolutely. There we go. Don't try this at home. Mom will yell at you.
Yeah.
Okay, we have everybody that we need in here. Coach? Coach?
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, it could be.
Make
Oh,
sure
wait
I
a
got
minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute.
I gotta get out.
Here.
Wait, you know you can't take a group
I'm Mary.
picture.
I'm Mary. I'm sorry, Mary. That's good. That's how it's Don't forget about Mary. Okay, I'm gonna take 3 pictures. You know the routine. I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3. Flash goes off. Okay. Already here. Okay. On 3. 1, 2, 3. See how that looks? That looks pretty darn good. I'll take 2 more though. 1, 2, 3. And 1 more. Keep smiling. Here we go. On 3. I just want one to close. That's it.
Yep.
1, 2, 3. Congratulations. Oh, yeah. Here, I'm sorry, dear. No, hold on.
It's okay. Hold on. Hey, I want to be in a picture with champions.
Yeah.
I'm not
Thanks, dear. Get a little bit closer there. I got a wide angle lens. Nothing personal. Wide angle lens. Here we go. On three. I'm going to take three on three. 1, 2, 3. Two more. Two more. 1, 2, 3. And one more. Make sure I can see ya. Right there. Yeah, right. That's good. Okay. Okay, on three. On three. That's perfect. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to take one more. 1, 2, because I'm going to annoy you. Here we go. 1, 2, smile. 3. Thank you. Thank you. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good job, Rosie. Good job.
They got mine.
You're not nervous anymore, right? You did. Don't worry about it. You did a really good job. Really good, yeah. How many? Sit around. Maybe we can make that happen sooner. Right now. Is there a room that you know of?
I'll stand. My folks understand. Congratulations, too.
Hey, you guys know this room for
Frozen, if you like, you can. If you want to dismiss, you can at this time too.
Yeah.
If you needed to.
Yeah, if you
yes.
wanna go, yeah.
Mhm, yeah.
Sure, don't forget you. Oh, did she? Oh. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess.
Because I don't think you're not making.
She told you to say?
No, because the kids should be here too long.
I know, but I don't know who told her to say.
I think she meant Dreamer.
Oh. Why would Dreamer tell her to stay? She's done with her part.
Ms.
Beecher? Beecher. Principal Beecher.
Period.
Madam Superintendent?
So there's just one more item that we would like to cover regarding an appointment that was made this evening that will be voted on by the board. Subject 5.6, reclassification administrators. President Hall, members of the board, this is to reclassify Lucretia Beecher from interim principal of Bookdale CLC to principal of Bookdale CLC. Congratulations. Would you please come up? Ms. McVeigh, would you like to read the entry about Ms. Beecher? One of the things that Principal Beecher said was, "Can I just see it in writing?" So we're going to honor that request this evening.
Good evening, everyone. Ms. Beecher received her degree her bachelor's degree at the University of Akron, and then her master's degree later on. She's been with Akron Public Schools for 24 years and has served in different capacities. She started working in Akron schools as a volleyball coach and then a basketball coach. She served as a social studies teacher at East, Ellett, Garfield, and Bookdale. Started her career in administration with Akron Public Schools in 2019 as an academy principal at Bookdale. She's been serving as the interim principal at Bookdale since 2021, and Ms. Beecher is finally home for good. She's a proud graduate of Bookdale as well. Congratulations.
Yes,
Would you, right there, right, Ms. Beecher, right here, right here.
When I made that request, I was already told that the tag was going to be removed at the end of the year. But I wanted to share it with my dad, and I couldn't share it if it's not in the board minutes. So I remember saying that to you. And so I hope he's watching. He lives in Indiana. If he's not, I want him to watch this back. Man, to be a Bookdale grad and then to be the principal at Bookdale just means so much to me. So thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for all of your support. Like I said earlier, we want to continue to support not just myself, but our students. And I'm going to make you all proud. So thank you so much.
Yes, Dr. Akbar.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Hall. So I wanted to make sure that I said this to Mrs. Beecher as we celebrate you in this permanent role. I want to thank you for bringing stability to that school, but also a culture that is one that we should not only celebrate, but that the students live and breathe, and so do you. And so I've been connected with Bookdale for 12 years, I think. Obviously not as long as you, but there's been in that time maybe 5 or 6 different principals. And you know, from the time I started working in the building with Ms. Gordon to now, I've never seen the type of energy and culture that's seen today. And so I want to thank you for bringing that type of leader and bringing pride to the Griff name. So thank you.
Anybody else on the board? Ms. Autry, I know you want to say something.
I mean, everyone said it all, and I'm just so happy and proud, and just looking forward to continue doing the work like Griffins do. And so I'm so proud of you, and thank you for all that you've done and continue to do for our alma mater. Thank you.
And as a former Bookdale cluster liaison, again, I had a chance to first meet you a couple of years ago, and so I've always been super impressed by you, your presence, and the way that you really, the way you lead and the way you move through a building, and you watch how the kids respond to you. So having a chance to sort of see that firsthand, and you weren't afraid to take kids by the scruff of the neck either, I saw. So definitely appreciate that. There's love. There's all kinds of love, but there's love and there's tough love sometimes too. And so again, I've seen you exhibit all that in that building and in that cluster. So thank you so much, and well deserved. So looking forward to seeing how you continue to grow and evolve as a leader in this district. So congratulations, Ms. Beecher. Okay, next we're going to proceed to request to address the board. So if anybody would like to make an escape down, now's the time to do it. Okay. That was a joke. So, and Thank you for the courtesy laughs. I appreciate it. Okay, so first we're going to go with Sam Cruz.
That's one tough act to follow.
Oh, you know what? Actually, Mr. Cruz, let me read the preamble first. That's the. All right, just so we've been consistent. So, request to address the board. Participants will not be permitted to speak on matters related to vendors, business matters, formal complaints, grievances, specific student or student records, personnel matters, and potential or pending legal matters. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. The board will not respond, but will assign through the superintendent the appropriate person for follow-up. Mr. Crew, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Superintendent Outley, President Hall, and esteemed board members. My name is Sam Cruz, and I've been with APS for 25 years. The last 7 years, I have served as manager of the Akron hub of the Ohio STEM Learning Network. And this letter I'm going to share with you of support for NIF STEM comes from our director in Columbus at the Patel Corporation. Dear Akron School Board members, I'm writing to express my gratitude to the Akron Public Schools Board of Education for its ongoing support for Ohio's very first STEM-designated middle school, the National Inventors Hall of Fame STEM Middle School. It has recently come to my attention that NIF may lose their building space. I want to take a moment to share with you how this one school has had a huge impact on STEM education over the last 14 years. NIF represents a landmark agreement between its founding partners and the state. When legislation was enacted to designate Ohio's schools in STEM, NIF was the first middle school to achieve that milestone. Shortly thereafter, it became a platform school connected to one of only 7 regional STEM hubs in the Ohio STEM Learning Network, charged with bringing high-quality STEM education to communities across the state. In early March, I had the opportunity to visit NIF with a building administrator from another district seeking to bring STEM best practice to their school. As we walked through the building, I both heard and saw the strong school-wide culture for STEM learning. You could see it in the careful curation of spaces designed for student learning. Walking through the building, you cannot miss the evidence of strong community and industry partners who have shaped the building over time into the space it is today. Simply put, the building tells a story of how STEM has evolved over time at NIF. Over the years, NIF has received visitors from the White House, from the U.S. Department of Education, from the U.S. Patent and Trade Office, and from dozens of leaders from around the world, including Europe, Africa, and China. What all these visitors share in common interest to learn from Akron school leaders, school partners, and teachers on how to replicate the NIF model to expand high-quality STEM teaching and learning. While these high-profile visits are impressive, the Ohio STEM Learning Network is most proud of the school educators here in Ohio who have changed their practice due to their collaboration with NIF and the Akron Regional STEM Hub. One of my favorite stories comes from Melissa Durkin. She tells a story of a journey which begins years ago, when she was still a classroom teacher. She tells a story of her colleagues sharing frustrations from the classroom, frustrations around unengaged students, frustrations around not seeing the gains they wanted to see with their students. One teacher in the group had a daughter who had just started at the National Inventors Hall of Fame Middle School. And after this group of teachers coordinated a visit to NIF, the spark was lit. Today, Melissa serves as the principal at Ranger High-Tech Academy, a designated STEM school in the North Ridgeville, Ohio. Her students are doing incredible things, and I would never question their engagement in school. The story is not unique. The Ohio STEM Learning Network invests in the Akron Regional STEM Hub with NIF as its platform school to provide these sparks for educators across the state. The Regional STEM Hub has provided tours and professional development to hundreds of teachers, administrators, and district leaders in its 14-year tenure. We are honored to be a partner with NIF and the Akron Regional STEM Hub. In NIF, Akron Public Schools truly has a model school which serves the region, the state, and the country in showcasing best STEM practice. I encourage you to consider the impact this school has had and continues to have as you make your difficult decisions on building relocations. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, Kelly Geyer Evans, Director of the Ohio STEM Learning Network. I appreciate your time. Go Chris.
Thank you. Next, Rick Laney.
I have nothing written down. My name is Rick Laney. I was Kenmore Youth Football Director for almost 12 years. A little bit about me, I went to Margaret Park Elementary School, now closed. I attended Lawndale now closed. I attended Ennis, renamed. I graduated from Kenmore High School in 1973, closed. I can tell you that the closing of the elementary schools in Kenmore area have damaged youth programs in Kenmore. The very important, as we've seen here with the Bookville basketball players, sports is very important to teach discipline, respect, and taking orders from somebody other than your parents. The closing of the elementary schools in Kenmore have damaged our youth sports. It's very difficult to field teams. Kenmore youth football has been in existence since 1959. I played there 61, 62, 63. First time since then, 2 years in a row, we could not field a varsity football team because of what's happened to the schools in Kenmore. Like I said, I've been there about 12 years. My daughter graduated from Kenmore High School in 2000. She's now a reading tutor at Case. We got good people in Kenmore. Not every community's got good people. I understand that. I just beg that something has to be done to stop draining the children, the youth, out of Kenmore. We lose almost 500 kids a year to Coventry. 8 out of the 11 starters on the football team came from Kenmore. And guess where they learned to play football? We got to do something. We got to make something more attractive. We got great teachers in Akron Public School System, but we have to do something to increase this business and to stop allowing our customers, who are our parents and our children of the school district, to leave the school district. I know our schools are overbuilt now for the size, for the enrollment, but we've got to do something about stopping the kids from leaving our district. My one granddaughter, she went to St. Augustine's. She normally would have gone to another school there in Kenmore. And the reason she's able to do that is because of the e-choice, I guess it's called, right? Mm-hmm. So that's a Band-Aid. They can go somewhere else and get whatever education. Now she's going to Hoban. That hurts. That hurts. It hurts a lot. And I don't know what else to say. I mean, I know it's hard decisions. I've talked about it before. I think it's a business. I think we have to, we got great people here, great teachers, great board members. But we have to do something about plugging that hole in the dam. I mean, I don't know what to say. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Margot Snyder.
Good evening. I'm Margot Snyder. I'm the founding principal of Miller South School for the Visual and Performing Arts back in 1993, and then I retired from the Akron Public Schools in 2004. I'm sure you'll be surprised that I'm not going to talk about how I really think it should be a 4th through 8th grade curriculum, because that was said last Wednesday at the special board meeting so eloquently. And I know I've emailed all of you board members, as well as Interim Superintendent Mrs. Outley. So you know how I feel. But there's one thing I'm very passionate about, and who knows where I will be when the transition occurs for whatever Miller South is going to look like, and that's the importance of keeping some of that art that right now is in that building. And I know I'm in advance. It's going to be, 1 or 2 years from now, but like I said, I don't know where I will be. But there's some incredible art in that building that needs to be preserved. It's the history of the school, and it needs to be preserved in some way that can be taken to the new facility. There's the neon light sign made by artist John Maskinnis from Illinois. There's the World History Timeline in tiles that was made with the help of Mark Sopland with the children. Charles Beneke, art teacher at University of Akron, did a mural outside the 4th and 5th grade rooms. I could go on and on. There's a tile wall that Donna Webb did, University of Akron teacher. John and Julie Hogarth did the metal dance figures that is outside the auditorium wall. These are so important, and I know now that I'm retired, I can watch those HGTV shows sometimes in the afternoon with all the rehabbing that goes on, and I see how they can remove tiles, remove other things, take pictures, make them into nice photographs, put them on walls. I've seen handmade wallpaper made. There's just all sorts of options out there. And so I plead with you, when the architect, the powers that be, all get together to do the transformation, however that's going to look, please don't leave this important artwork in an empty building. Thank you.
Susie Graham.
Good evening. Thank you so much for being willing to take my comments this evening. Among the many congratulations that is due to the district, I did want to take a moment to congratulate instructional leader Morgan and her team of amazing professionals, as well as the NIF-STEM learners, for earning 4 stars out of 5 in achievement and progress in the ODE report card for 2021 and 22, and an amazing 5 out of 5 stars on gap closing, or closing the educational gap, on that same report card. My remarks a few weeks ago were made on behalf of myself as a parent, as a graduate of APS, and as a child of 2 APS educators. This evening, my remarks are being made in support of the Downtown Akron Partnerships Board of Directors. And I should mention that Board of Directors also includes the support of County Executive Eileen Shapiro, so she sends her support of these remarks as well. Dear Akron Public Schools Board of Education, through its unique location, curriculum, and partnerships, NIF-STEM Middle School provides its learners and families a quality of experiential learning unlike any other in the city. Like downtown, NIF-STEM represents the intersection and integration of all of Akron's neighborhoods, equitably serving children from every cluster in a place where arts, culture, economy, and community are enhanced and reflect the identity of our city. NIF-STEM relies on place-based partnerships forged over time to provide an excellent education for its students, inspiring the next generation of desperately needed STEM professionals to embrace their opportunity in the future of Akron. These partnerships play out daily to include numerous walking field trips to the corporate and entrepreneurial community, critical two-way learning with the University of Akron, problem-based learning projects with Downtown Akron Partnership and other nonprofits, and a one-of-a-kind opportunity like taking the Akron Civic Theater stage during the Lunar New Year celebration. These partnerships, though inspirational, are not transferable. For the school to be located outside of downtown, which proposed budget would capture the nearly $5,000 of annual expenses of busing children from neighborhood schools back to downtown to continue nurturing these established relationships. The adjacent location of the STEM high school can scale the NIF-STEM experience to more students and improve community connectedness for the high school, but these academic programs are not interchangeable. Location of both STEM schools downtown, adjacent to the University of Akron and numerous STEM employers, allows for richer in-school and out-of-school fostering of STEM skills that provide students an aligned curriculum and experiences to prepare them for success in college and opportunities for in-demand, high-paying jobs here in Akron's workforce. The 2 schools are complementary. The proposals being considered will deprive a thriving school of the critical experiences that form its identity, as well as establishing it as a model for our district across Ohio and the nation. The proposals also fail to include not only the founding partners of the extraordinary NIF-STEM program, but the whole community. Time and deeper partnerships can yield proposals with thoughtful, proactive land use, community engagement, and positive impact. This work needs greater input, insight, and partnership. The excellent programs created and implemented by passionate educators, students, parents, and community partners deserve greater consideration by the board, superintendent, and treasurer once those positions have stabilized. The challenges APS has before it are many, as are its strengths. The strength of the NIF-STEM middle school is lost when removed from the environment and partnerships that help it thrive. Any facilities plan that removes the NIF-STEM middle school from downtown and from its founding partnerships is a decision that shortchanges deep and foundational community relationships, the strength of the school district itself, and most importantly, the children whose education, experience, and well-being should be prioritized as the essential future of our city. Respectfully, Susie Graham, President, and with and behalf the Board of Directors of Downtown Akron Partnership. Thank you so much for your leadership.
Thank you. Thank you. Tina Boyce.
Good evening, Board. I'm Tina Boyce, two-time Pfeiffer parent, two-time STEM middle school parent, and all-the-time Kenmore advocate. I'm here to speak for the kids who haven't been spoken for, those not capable or privileged enough to have rides to a 5:30 board meeting downtown. Walkable schools are vital to healthy community. I've heard it said that Kenmore has lost a few schools recently. Try more than half of our schools. Since 1999, we've gone from 10 schools to 4 schools and now possibly 3 schools with the current conversation about Pfeiffer Elementary School. We are the second largest neighborhood in Akron. Yes, second largest. So how can this be? If I heard it right, 1,000 students who live in Kenmore opt out of Kenmore schools. Our students' families want a public school education. APF simply hasn't offered them many good options in the neighborhood, except for our elementary schools. Residents love our elementary schools. Pfeiffer is one of the elementary schools in Akron that is not failing. People who work there live mere blocks from the building. Miss Vicky feeds them. Miss Painter loves on them. And Mrs. Latchett can tell them stories about what it was like growing up and walking to Pfeiffer every day, just like they do. Pfeiffer Elementary School is the only grade school north of Wilbeth Road. For those who don't know Kenmore, that's well over half of our neighborhood. If Pfeiffer were to close without a new facility, those students would displace other students, sending them out of Kenmore and more than 4 miles away to the nearest school with capacity, because our 2 other elementary schools are at or near capacity. Like I said, Kenmore loves its elementary schools. But a Kenmore campus would keep Pfeiffer Elementary School a walkable amenity that residents who chose to live there expected when they bought their houses. Because I'll tell you what, this school closure will be yet another cue to them to leave our neighborhood. And guess where they're going? Not to West Akron, not to North Akron, not downtown. They're going to Coventry, they're moving to Barberton, and they're moving to Norton. Not just moving their kids, moving their families. And they're taking their tax dollars with them. For Akron and Kenmore to grow, we must keep our young families. Those families live in neighborhoods, not in condos downtown, in houses in neighborhoods, just like Kenmore. We are not advocating to fix something that isn't broken. But as we know, STEM High School must remain downtown. The thought of APS acquiring yet another property when it continues to divest itself of properties it already owns in neighborhoods, leaving blight and vacancy, well, that's simply not acceptable. We also aren't asking anyone to save our neighborhood. We have plenty of people in our neighborhood doing that. Kenmore Boulevard is now home to 6 recording studios, 2 live performance venues, several visual art studios, and a multitude of arts and culture nonprofits just waiting to welcome aspiring young talent. And that's a mere block away from the school site. No busing needed. We understand there is no perfect solution, but why must Kenmore be the community that continues to be on the receiving end of imperfect? There are nearly 1,500 people who see it, acknowledge it, and signed a petition and want to hold you to your word to not decrease APS's footprint in Kenmore. Thank you.
Julie Strebler-Renner.
Hi, I'm Julie Strebler. My daughter is a 5th grader at Miller South. I had expected to go after my friend Celeste back there. So she is going to talk, like so many have, about part of the the importance of keeping 4th and 5th grade at Miller South.
We can swap if you'd rather Miss Wagner go first. We can do that. Would you rather do that?
No, I already got started.
Okay.
I feel okay.
Okay. All right.
She'll do it very well.
Okay.
But I do want to say, I know you've heard a lot about it, but I do also teach choir. I've taught middle school choir for a lot of years and high school choir, and it is absolutely true that if you don't get the arts started before 6th grade, the arts are very easily socialized out of our kids. So small note on the 4th and 5th grade. I know you've heard a lot there already. But I want to say, I think we all know middle school is hard. It's a really uncomfortable and awkward time for nearly everybody. It can be a specifically uncomfortable and awkward time for artists and musicians and actors and dancers at that age, where our dear Miller South friend Adeline said last week that Miller South is a place where she can be herself in the hallways and no one looks at her funny. And I just don't think it could be put any better than that. If a kid gets looked at too funny for being themselves too many times, they're going to stop. And Miller South is specifically the place where it is safe for those kids who just aren't safe everywhere else. It's a beautiful, beautiful place for that. And let's see. My concern there, my reason for saying this, is I haven't heard what the plan might be in the proposed Bookdale location if Miller South were moved in with another existing building. My question to the board is, what does that look like? Does Miller South remain a self-contained program, or are they simply incorporated in another building? Which sounds very dangerous, and mostly I'm addressing you to ask that not happen. One of the greatest aspects of that building is the performances that they do for each other. So every time the choir has a concert, they first do their concert for the entire student body. Every time the steel drum band has a show or the musical is happening, they first do that for the entire student body. And I am here to tell you that not every middle school student body is a safe audience for peers, for 4th graders. Mrs. Heffernan's 4th graders dance. All of them, not just the dancers, but they get up in front of the entire school and they dance. You can't do that everywhere. That's not okay everywhere, but it is at Miller South. It's so exciting. They're not afraid to do that for their peers. My daughter ended up at Miller South after a couple years at an elementary in Akron, where things went well until they didn't, and there were classroom problems and social problems that the only solution was private school. And she spent a couple of years in private school. And in 4th grade, it is only because of the option to go to Miller South that she came back to Akron Public. And it was the right place. It's the right place for her and for so many others. I've been really pleased. I have an older son also in Akron Public Schools who is on the autism spectrum and had some severe behavioral challenges as a young kid. He started in Bridges here, actually, and went to King that took wonderful care of him, and spent his middle school years at STEM while we're advocating. STEM took excellent care of that kid, and he eventually, they were patient. And he eventually became a kid who was thriving at STEM. He's now an excellent STEM high school student. You'd never know that was a kid who started at Bridges at this point. But Akron has, in so many ways, they have really come through for my family. And as I watch our basketball players sit up here, I'm thinking, that's amazing. I'm so proud of them. And it also reminds me, on the subject, it's safe to be an athlete, socially. It's socially safe to be an athlete. And you can be a basketball player in 5th grade. You can be a 9-year-old boy who loves playing basketball, and that is great. And so much education comes from that. And it just happens to be socially safe. A 9-year-old boy who wants to dance is in a very different situation. But at Miller, he's safe. and he's appreciated and he's applauded. So mostly I'm here to ask that Miller South remain a self-contained program wherever it goes. Absolutely, preferably a 4th to 8th grade, but self-contained so they can continue in the safe social emotional environment they've had. Thank you.
Celeste Wagner.
Good evening. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. I know our Bookdale students left, but I would be remiss if I didn't congratulate the Bookdale community and the Bookdale athletes on their outstanding accomplishment this weekend. Before I start, I would just love it if everyone who's here in support of Miller South tonight were to raise their hand, just so we see that we are here today and we are still here to be vigilant. So we left last week's meeting with the impression that board members understood the critical non-financial issue that keeping Miller South School grades 4 through 8 is an integral part of what has made it a 3 decades-long success story. Tonight, we ask you to confirm that sentiment by adopting a formal resolution stating that, whatever else is decided separately, Miller South School for the Visual and Performing Arts will remain intact as a grade 4 through 8 middle school in any facilities plan approved by the board. In fact, I'm going to go one step further and ask that you commit to placing the Miller South program in a facility at least as good as the one that she is in now. I sincerely appreciate that the board is meeting with the Miller South staff and touring the current Miller South facility on April 6th. I truly believe that this will give you a better understanding of the spaces needed for a VPA curriculum. I hope as many of you as possible will attend to see and understand this critical information as you prepare to decide the future of this program. After your tour, ask yourself, where's the best home for these students? A refurbished Kenmore High School, a new facility, or a repurposed elementary CLC. A repurposed CLC was presented as a no-cost option, but there are not any buildings in the district that would offer comparable facilities at no cost. These CLCs will need an auditorium, instrumental music rooms, dance rooms, a small theater, parking for sold-out performances, and so on. Each of these items is an additional cost. The board should research these costs and be transparent about whether they are affordable. Perhaps you should also tour the CLCs available to determine if any of these buildings could actually meet the needs of Miller South. Just quickly looking at the footprint of each CLC shows that not many have the room to expand as is necessary for our program. Furthermore, I ask for transparency on what these costs are and how much funding is allocated for them. As adequate arts facilities are of critical importance to an art school, these factors must be considered in your decision. While I understand the potential for this to be a more cost-efficient option, I'm not convinced it is the best option. Though I can only speak for myself tonight, I have spoken with a variety of parents and teachers who have all favored a move to Kenmore. Of the options currently presented, this is the only one that maintains the integrity of Miller South's arts integrated program. After talking this weekend with a board member of the Kenmore Neighborhood Alliance, it sounds like the community has real-world opportunities that could bring our program to life beyond the walls of our new school. In closing, I ask again that you make a motion tonight to ensure that any facilities plan adopted maintains Miller South as a 4th through 8th grade VPA in facilities at least as good as it currently has. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration of this request.
Lisa Shaw.
Members of the board, my name is Lisa Shaw. This is my daughter, Evelyn, a 6th grader at Miller South. My son, Nicholas, is an 8th grader at STEM Middle School and has already been accepted into STEM High School. I'm also a substitute teacher for APS, so we have a huge footprint and care of what's going to happen to these schools. Starting with the options presented last week. They do seem to be options that truthfully were not well thought out considering the schools and what grades they currently have. I ask all of you, when was the last time any of you were in STEM Middle? I know you said you were recently there, but STEM High School and Miller South. When's the last time one of you saw a performance at Miller South? After this meeting, I will be emailing you all a YouTube clip for the 30th anniversary celebration recently held at Miller South. It was not only sold out, capacity in the auditorium is 925 people, not including those on stage. We had to turn the people away. They went down to the cafeteria and watched live streams. The performers were not allowed to come into the auditorium because there simply was no room. They had to watch live streams when they were not on stage from classrooms. And over 800 live streams were done from homes across the country. Miller South has people that go out into this world and they become amazing congressmen, performers, politicians, everything. That school starts at 4th grade. It builds the confidence level, and it creates people who can go into any field, not just the arts, that are confident and able to speak in public and interact with people of all types, no matter what their background, no matter where they came from. It brings so many different people together that are from all over the district and outside the district, which also brings many into the district. STEM Middle School. This has been a great place for my son, who has very different interests than my daughter. They were both able to go to either school, but they're at the right ones, and I have to drive her to hers, and he gets the bus when it's running. Otherwise, I drive him, because we all know about the transportation shortage. It doesn't need to move. The high school does need to move, and I understand that. But STEM Middle was there in a building that was designed specifically for it. It is not big enough for a high school. It doesn't have enough parking, because in high school, students drive in addition to the teachers. It is, however, perfect for the 5th through 8th graders currently going there. Please do not change something which is so very obviously working. The lottery system for enrollment and the busing for this school must remain intact to retain the National STEM accreditation. With that accreditation are also the grants that come that help fund the school. And the location downtown works for that school. It does not need to be moved. STEM High School, Morley Health Center is an option for this school. It would put STEM High School next door to STEM Middle School, and that could only be amazing for both schools. I understand we are losing the lease, which saddens me, because Akron University enrollment is down, so them taking back their building at this time does seem a bit aggravating. But if it isn't now, it would happen at some point in the future. Having both the schools together is essential for the programs that they have and to maintain the equitability. Having the schools next to each other can only improve and heighten the chances for mentorship from the high school students to the younger kids and to the programs they can participate in around downtown. My last point of discussion is Miller South. Please don't change the formula that's obviously working for 4th through 8th graders. Introducing kids to the arts full-time is definitely the way to go at such a young age. The current building has been overlooked for many years and has become increasingly expensive to maintain, but only a building housing the same grades and same size facilities, meaning the auditorium, the dance studio, the art studios, is acceptable. Enrollment is increasing at the school, so we need to encourage more students to become Miller South stars. Not make it smaller. These students will continue to be a success. Last year's enrollment for 4th grade was up 108%. I don't think any other school can say that. I encourage you all to watch the video so that you can get a clearer picture of the impact it has had for the last 30 years. Miller South teachers and staff must love it there because they have put up with a very, very outdated building for far too long. But that's what it takes when you're a Miller South star. You overlook the windows that can no longer be cleaned because they're too delicate and might break. There's no air conditioning.
Ms. Shaw, I'm sorry, I have to cut you off there. We're at over 5 minutes,
Okay.
so we did try to give people extra time past the 3 minutes, but I've got to cut you off there. I apologize.
Please try to attend a Miller South event
Roger
and watch
that.
the video.
Roger that. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Thank you for your comments. Sean Blake.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sean Blake. It's an honor for me to speak before you tonight. I'm here to voice my support for option 1C of the facilities plan. So I'm a fourth-generation Kenmore resident, but I'm one of the law students of Kenmore. What I mean by that is I started my school originally in Akron Public Schools at Lawndale Elementary. Before I went into the third grade, my parents got a notice in the mail stating that Lawndale was a failing school. Knowing that education is so important in a child's life, my parents pulled me out of Lawndale and sent me to St. Augustine's. I later graduated from Norton High School in the class of 2012 as an open enrolled student. I continued my education and I graduated from the University of Akron with a degree of civil engineering in December of 2018. That degree could have taken me anywhere in the world, but when I sat down and thought about it, the place that needed my talents most was right here in Akron, right back home in Kenmore. So I came home and I've been working to help my community become a better place to live ever since. Kenmore is a lot different now than when I was growing up. We had families that had been in Kenmore for generations, and they took pride in putting on community events and just supporting the community. Over time, these families have gotten older, and many of them have passed on and moved away. We've had a lot of broken promises made to us by city officials and a huge disinvestment in our infrastructure. It's caused a lot of our young professionals to leave in search of new allotments in the suburbs. This brain drain is Kenmore's biggest problem. So we've had to reinvent ourselves. Over the past few years, we've been working hard to try to build our business district back into an arts and entertainment district in the hope of attracting a younger crowd back in town. I am so excited for option 1-C because a STEM and performing arts school fits in perfectly with what we are building in our neighborhood. We have resources in our neighborhood that no other neighborhood in Akron has that can help these students succeed. We have the Rialto Theater, Akron's best, smallest music venue. We have Kenmore Creative that does plays every year. We have the Etta Mae Smith Studio of Dance. And we have our First Friday celebrations during the summer that can really highlight some of the stuff these kids are doing. I know the residents here are just dying for investment in our community, and we will embrace this school if we so get it. I'm told Kenmore has over 1,000 law students like me too, who open enroll in other districts. Having a school like this in the community will keep these students in the community, and it will keep them from choosing other districts. Keeping the kids in the community is what we want. It's good for the kids, and it's good for Akron Public Schools too, because the state funding that follows these students will stay in the community. I'd like to also just briefly mention too that with the 4 buildings that are closing, please work with the communities and find a way to close these appropriately. The last thing any community needs is a large, empty building sitting in the middle of a residential neighborhood. I saw with my own eyes what can happen to this. When I woke up for work on January 10th, 2022, I looked out my window and I saw an orange glow all over the neighborhood. Lawndale Elementary, my former school, was burning to the ground. And I'll never forget my mom's scream when she looked out the window and seen the neighborhood on fire. But I think we were the lucky ones because Smith Elementary is still there, and it is broken windows, trash, vandalism everywhere, and I really feel sorry for the people who have to live across this. So with the 4 buildings that are closing, please consider that these are communities, and please work with them to close the buildings respectfully. So in conclusion, when you have limited resources, you need to invest them where they can grow and blossom, and there has never been a better time now to invest in Kenmore. We have the resources, talent, and hardworking attitude that can help this school succeed. Nearly 1,500 people signed a Change.org petition to support keeping a school in Kenmore, so it shows the community is here and ready to support you. Keeping kids in their community is important for the kids as well as Akron Public Schools. Thank you all so much for listening, and thank you for your hard work every day in what you do.
And our last speaker of tonight is Steve Noem. Is there a Steve Nome? N-O-M-E? Okay. All right. Well, listen, thank you all for your time tonight and coming to address the board. We're going to move to item 3.1. Again, if you're following the agenda, we're a bit out of order this evening. But we're going to move to item 3.1 in our Be Kind 330 project. Madam Superintendent. Oh, and before we do that, I know some of you were in the audience tonight for the LTOP update. So we're going to cover this first, and then we're going to recognize our teacher of the ward, teacher of the year candidates, and then we'll move to the update for the LTOP discussion. So, sorry, Madam Superintendent.
Thank you. Be Kind 330 is a grassroots campaign to encourage individuals to bring more positivity and kindness to their communities. When people show kindness toward one another, it creates a positive atmosphere that fosters cooperation, understanding, and compassion. Simple acts of kindness can help break down barriers, promote social cohesion, and create a sense of belonging. The Be Kind 330 initiative is ever evolving, and there has been a variety of activities throughout the year. You have heard about many of the Be Kind 330 activities at board meetings, and today, Joanne Isaac is here to tell you about Expressions of Kindness, Be Kind 330 Poetry Project.
Hello, good evening. Thank you, Ms. Otley and board members. So I want to talk with you about this Be Kind 330 initiative that we're beginning called Poetry Expressions of Kindness. All Akron Public Schools in grades preschool through 12th grade are being asked to reflect on and express their kindness through poetry. Students' poetry is then going to be published in a book that shares about kindness from their perspective. We're also working on some exciting extensions of this project with members of our community that Ms. Otley will be sharing with you about in future board meetings. But you may ask, why poetry? And I have some reasons for you. Number one, it impacts school culture. We know the value of student voice and bringing that to the table, what it can do. When they're given the opportunity to express themselves, it can have a strong impact on school culture. It will give value to others' perspectives, helping students respect and understand viewpoints of others. Reaching a wider audience. Like I said earlier, this will be a published book, so they will be able to share their voice, express their opinion, and reach many other people. Creative expression allows them to express themselves through the written word. Great way to release energy, express creativity. It will initiate dialogue. No matter how simple or complex a poem might be, it has the power to bring people together and initiate dialogue. Also, social change. Writing poems can help students address difficult issues and become agents for social change. So we know when we talk about kindness, sometimes it's always not just about kindness, but it's because maybe you haven't had something kind happen, and it brings the importance of that to the forefront. This project will also memorialize student voice. They're going to become published authors, and it's going to memorialize their perspective on kindness at this exact time in history for Akron Public School students. And of course, it's a social process too. It's an exchange of ideas between not only our student authors, but all future readers of the book. So you can imagine how excited I am about this project and giving our students the opportunity to be a part of it. I'm going to do a quick introduction to some really important team members. Jason Blakely, I'm going to have you stand up if you don't mind. He is a talented local poet who was instrumental in starting this poetry project. He has 2 students who attend Akron Public Schools, and he is an advocate and huge supporter of the Akron community. He has given so much of his time and read so many of my emails to contribute to this project. And he has also offered his financial support, and that's one of the reasons we'll be able to have all of the authors get a copy of the book. I also want to introduce Jennifer. And I also want to introduce Jennifer Bowers. She is a teacher at Jennings CLC. So part of this project, we want teachers to become involved too. So she created standard aligned lesson plans and activities for teachers who want to be part of this project, so they don't have to come up with all of that themselves. So in addition to these fun lessons and standard aligned, she also gave a whole lot of her time and a lot of my emails to collaborate on this project with us at least once a week. And we all know how busy teachers are, so that's a huge plus. And we really appreciate her. And so since this project is all about students, I also have a student helper that I'm very excited to bring up with me, and her name is Alice. And she is a student at King. She is a student at King CLC. Oh, I'll move over this way. Here, I'm going to move you on this side. She's a student at King CLC. And so Alice is going to be working with me and with Ms. Floyd to help students at King participate in this poetry project. And I am going to turn the mic over to Alice and let her tell you a little bit about her plans.
I am Alice Harmon, student in King CLC in room 308. Thank you all for coming to listen to me speak. I would like to thank a few people who helped me be here today. First of all, Allie, who is a student in Ella High School. She is my babysitter and talked to me about bullying. She made me understand how big this problem is. Because of her, I sent an email to the superintendent about it. Little did I know this would happen. That email was the spark of hope for an anti-bullying world. Next, Miss Outley, who took me seriously. She grew that speck of hope. Second to last, Miss Kennedy. She's the counselor in King CLC. She helped me put on the announcements and made the flyers. Last of all, we have Miss Floyd, who is our principal. She invited Miss Outley to talk with me, told Miss Kennedy to talk with me about it, and gave permission for the BCon 330 thing to happen. Now let me explain how the BCon 330 poetry contest works. Say you are a bully. You walk into class and hear about it. Because they have prizes, you will be motivated to do it. Plus, all participating poems will be published in a book because a poet offered to publish it. You do it, and while writing it, you understand. You might still be a little bit mean, but now you're acting kinder. This brings awareness to the issue. Why is bullying a problem? It is a problem because it lowers people's self-esteem, hurts their feelings, and makes them feel like they're worth nothing. I would like to share a poem that I have done for the contest. Alice Harmon, 308, grade 3. Don't bully on the screen because that's just mean. If you do, you'll make someone blue. Don't bully in school because that's not cool. One out of 5 kids get bullied each year. So if you got bullied, would you let it fly or would you make a difference? Any questions? No? Thank you for listening.
So you can see why I was excited that she reached out to Miss Otley and Miss Otley reached out to me, because it was a perfect fit. I mentioned earlier that one of the reasons that this project can have impact is social change, and you can see Alice was talking about anti-bullying. So thank you for agreeing to be part of this project with me, and you will be hearing more about how she's what she's going to be doing with King students and teachers. So we're really happy to have Jason, Jennifer, and Alice as part of this project. We believe that their contribution is going to continue to inspire others to spread kindness and positivity, and also lead to a published creative work that showcases our students in Akron Public Schools. So since Mary highlights Be Kind at every board meeting, this week we wanted to tell you about the poetry, the Expressions of Kindness Poetry Project, but we also had an ask for you. We wanted to ask that while you're out visiting schools, if you can encourage students and teachers to participate, and anyone who's listening online or in the audience, you can find information on the district website. And I'm asking more people. We also have teaching and learning on board, our school counselors, our librarians, our student voice group, Akron After School, the public library has reached out to us, building principals, teachers, and a whole lot more. So we're all going to encourage students to participate, and thank you for the time, and we can't wait to update you.
Thank you very much. That was fantastic. Next, we're going to move to item 2.2, Teacher of the Year Division winners. Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, President Hall. First Vice President, Ms. Autry, members of the board, senior staff, and guests. I am so pleased to have our Akron Public Schools Division Teacher of the Year winners with us this evening. At this time, I'm asking if Ms. Carter, Interim Executive Director of Elementary Education, Mr. Larry Johnson, Supervisor, Secondary Principals, Michelle Marcus Kern, Supervisor, Secondary Principals, and Patricia Shipe. Please join us at the podium to continue with sharing the honors.
All right, we are excited. I've been crying over there in my seat, just tears of joy, just so many good things happening this evening. So exciting. And so we know that children have a unlimited amount of potential. They are precious jewels. And our teachers are the jewelers with tools to make futures priceless. And so we are just so excited to announce our Division Teacher of the Year winners. I'm going to announce the elementary level Teacher of the Year winners, and I'm going to have you go up front, and you're going to take a picture with Superintendent Mary Outley and our board president, Dr. Derek Hall, when he comes back in. So our first Teacher of the Year winner, she's been working for Akron Public Schools for about 4 years. Her name is Anna Taylor. She works at King CLC in a multiple disabilities classroom. Intervention specialist. Congratulations, Mrs. Taylor, for being a candidate for our District Teacher of the Year. So what's awesome is that all of our Division Teacher of the Year winners they had interviews with their peers who interviewed them, and so it'll be the big reveal at our Teacher of the Year, big celebration, and so we'll get to see who's going to be selected as the District Teacher of the Year. Next, we have Toby Lichty Clifford from Stewart ELP. Toby has been with Akron Public Schools for about 13 years, is that right? How many? 33. Okay, well, I don't think Munis went back that far. 33 years, he's an instructional specialist. So happy for you, Toby. Congratulations. All right, next we have Carol Rodenbucker from Mickey Bright CLC. Carol is an instructional specialist, and she's been with Akron Public Schools for about 16 years. Congratulations. Next, we have Megan Arsenault from Glover Community Learning Center. Megan, this is Megan's third year with Akron Public Schools. She is an intervention specialist in one of our SEL units. SEL stands for Students with Adapted Individualized Learning, and she has taken this program and just ran with it. So congratulations to the Elementary Teachers Division Teacher of the Year.
As we're getting organized for secondary to come up, I see some family members and principals. So if you're here to support one of our elementary division, would you please just stand so we can thank you for joining them?
All right, good evening. So we are so excited to announce the Division Teachers of the Year for secondary. All right. So we're going to start with Mr. Johnson because we're just going to go back and forth. We're so proud of our members. Like Angela told you, they went through this rigorous interview process. There's like 7 people with one person sitting in front of you, like the interview of your lifetime, and they just did fabulous. So we're going to start with Mr. Johnson for middle school.
Hailing from Litchfield CLC, teaching in a multiple disabilities classroom. She's been in Akron Public Schools for 3 years. Alexis Proskovic is joining us as a Division Teacher of the Year. Are you going to do them all at the same time? Okay. A higher hawk, a math instructor, joining us. She's been with us for 13 years. Please join and welcome Laura Pierce.
All right. And now for Firestone Falcon, we have Christine Milsitich, science instructor with the district for, it says 11 years with APS. You know what? I just want to announce it. Angela. I'm sorry, guys. All right. I knew there were some bloopers here. There's some bloopers here. How many years? 30. 30. 11, 30. I'm starting to feel that secondary's been set up. All right. And then, least but not last, Ram Pride. We have Allison Munson here from Garfield. Social Studies. Social Studies instructor and 4 years with APS. So we'd like to congratulate our secondary people. We're so proud of you.
One, two, three. And 2 more. According to my math. 1, 2, 3. And 1 more. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Congratulations.
Yay.
Great job, guys.
Mm-hmm.
So in closing, these 8 representatives will now go on to compete for Akron Public Schools 2023 Teacher of the Year. Congratulations.
Have a good evening. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Thank you. You can have your seat. Thank you.
Yes, that's mine. Thank you. Thank you. You want to take a 2-minute break? So folks need to take a restroom break, so we're going to take a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll resume. So sorry for the groans in the room, but some of us don't have. Yes, go ahead and stretch. Yes, thank you. We are back in session at 7:51. We're going to proceed directly to Dr. Thompson to provide us an LTOP update. Dr. Thompson, the floor is yours.
I just have one word of concern to share before I start. Each time I present, there's always some cute little kid who upstages me to start, and then soon as people figure out I'm presenting, everyone leaves. So there's a lot going on with my self-esteem right now, and I'm going to need some hugs tomorrow, all right? I'm going to need some love.
You can participate in the poetry contest.
So what I'm going to do, and I'm going to have you make a note when we get to the right page on your printout that needs to be updated. So I'll tell you when we get to there, so it'll help you keep your pages organized. But what I'm presenting are options 5, 6, and 7. They're not very different. I think we're pretty honed down to what the feedback that I'm hearing and where I think you want to go. So hopefully this will give you the information that you need as a board to come to some conclusion. But again, I'd be remiss if I didn't, before we look at these different options that all have a financial implication, is to quickly review what you've seen a lot of times, but just to see it one more time. This is the 5-year forecast that was filed in November of 2022. And across the bottom, you can see the ending cash balance, and right above that line is the surplus or deficit. And you can see it's a surplus in 23, and then we move into deficit spending from 24 to 27, leaving us with an unencumbered cash reserve estimate of $22 million in 27. That is what's filed on the Ohio Department of Education website currently, if you were to go on the website and take a look at it. What you're looking at now takes a look at major assumptions, and some of these aren't assumptions, some of them are. For example, the negotiated contract is not an assumption at this point. Healthcare increases are assumptions at 10, 8, 7, and 7% increases each year. The ESSER supplanting is not an assumption, but rather it's been done. And then bus additions, along with textbook adoptions and the fair school funding, are all parts that we are projecting to impact the budget to some degree or another. So we all understand now that ESSER funds must be spent by September of 2024, and the 3 years below represent our negotiated agreement, contract pay increases being built into the 5-year forecast. And you can see in 2027, we go from a $22 million carryover to a nearly $44 million deficit. Additionally, what you're looking at here is if a 7.9 mil levy were passed in 2024, how would that impact what you were looking at in the previous slide, the $44 million deficit? Obviously helps significantly, but the challenge that I would be remiss not to mention, you can see the red numbers, we're in deficit spending. So even with a levy passage in 2024, this projection would put us back on the ballot for a second levy in November 2026. So the notion that simply a levy, one levy, is enough to solve our financial problems is not accurate. So this is an updated forecast including a 6.9 mil levy and a 1.25% or 1.25 mil permanent improvement levy. The software that we use for forecasting is called Forecast 5, and one of the options that it allows us is it allows us to actually forecast out 7 years. Now, I would give you great caution when you're going that far out that these numbers certainly aren't steadfast numbers, but they give you an idea of what we're looking at. So what's modeled here is the levy, Additionally, what's modeled here is $10 million in staffing reductions or expenditures, combination thereof. The negotiated agreement and all the other things that we had talked about previously, all the other assumptions. So what this shows us, I'm sorry, went too fast. What this shows us is that with $10 million in cuts and with the levy, albeit it's $1 million less than what the other levy scenario was modeled at, takes us to, in 2027, it goes from $12 million in cash reserves to $58 million in cash reserves, buys us another year at $19 million in 28, and then we're back in deficit. And the major reason is because our deficit spending's at a fairly high rate. So this would put us, instead of back on in 24 and 26, this would put us back on in 24, possibly 27. So what happens if you can't pass a levy and financial distress comes? The first step is in fiscal distress or state receivership is fiscal caution. And basically what that means is that ODE is watching, and ODE will send people here potentially to help us craft a financial recovery plan and just keeping a watchful eye out for us. And that happens anytime that you show 3 years of deficit. Fiscal watch is the next stage. It is declared if the school district meets financial conditions that threaten its solvency, and this is what they consider that fiscal watch is 8%. Our deficit exceeds 8% of our total school general revenue funds. Fiscal emergency is the most grave condition a school district can be placed in. That's when it exceeds 15%. If this were to occur, a commission is created that may assume all or parts of the powers of the Board of Education. It also suspends all negotiated agreements with the unions. So I just give you that information just to know that the severity of where we are, we're certainly not there. I believe that we can avoid that. But I wanted you to be aware of what happens if we're unable to do that. So we're talking about our building projects. And again, we've seen these before, but I think it's important to note that while I personally, I guess what I personally feel doesn't matter, but I am a strong proponent of the arts. My own daughter graduated from a performing arts high school. I support the performing arts. But what we are seeing is room for 495 students at Miller South with 360 kids that actually attend. So, and as you can see, enrollment generally declines. NIF STEM holds their numbers a little bit better, but they also decline. They could have 432 students. They're at 410. And then the enrollment at Pfeiffer is kindergarten 36, first grade 40, second grade 33, third grade 29, fourth grade 34, and fifth grade 43 students for 215 students currently enrolled in Pfeiffer Elementary. So all the rest that I'm showing you when I show you how it could potentially be funded and what the impact would be on the general fund is predicated on this notion that a levy would be on the ballot. My recommendation would be spring, no later than spring of 2024. We would seek a $6.9 million operating levy with a 1.75 permanent improvement levy. So what's unique about these three options, and they're consistent in each option, is they are broken into two phases instead of all at once. So this first graph I show you just so you understand what's happened in construction costs. You can see to the far right of just looking at that bar graph how construction costs have skyrocketed, much like the costs for most of us in our lives. So option 5, phase 1. So this is what I would recommend we do if you were to choose option 5 in the first phase. So it's close the following buildings: Ott in June of 24, Miller South, Firestone Park, Pfeiffer, Stewart, and Essex. We would construct a new north campus, high school campus, 912, and we would seek a 1.75 permanent improvement levy to fund that in May of 24, meaning the construction would not begin on North High School until a permanent improvement levy passed. In other words, providing the funding stream to pay for the debt that would be incurred to build it. Repurpose 2 existing elementary CLCs, relocate NIF STEM to a new location, grades 5 through 8, relocate the performing arts program to a new location in a CLC, grades 4 through 8. So in option 5, we are using existing buildings to relocate those programs, convert NIF STEM to high school, construct a new Kenmore, grades 5 kindergarten through 5th, move the East 6th graders to East, open preschool programs where we have space available, construct the athletic facility, but note that the funds that we have in past options used to fund the athletic facility would be diverted to construction, and the athletic facility would be funded as we reach out to our partners to try and fund that option where we possibly could. So what does that look like financially? With deferred maintenance from closing buildings, staffing reductions, it's estimated that we would save $2,230,000 a year. The construction project for a new Kenmore building would be $21 million total. That's for $18 million for a new build, $3 million for demo of the existing Kenmore building. The athletic complex would have no impact on the general fund because we would be funding it through private partners. North Campus would have no impact because we're not constructing it at this point, and we're seeking millage to PI to provide that funding stream. Construct a new auditorium at one of the elementaries that would be selected that would serve the performing arts program. An additional $1.5 million for each building CLC that would be converted to offset those retrofits that would be needed to make those schools work. So that's a total of $30 million. Where's the money come? America's Schools Grant is $5 million, $25 million from ESSER 3. Total funds of $30 million. So our deferred maintenance is $2.2 million, and our impact on the general fund is a savings of $2.2 million. Because in this option, and it is the only option, there are no COPs, no certificates of participation taken out to affect these changes. So this is actually a savings to the general fund. Is that understandable? Following me? Mm-hmm. Okay. So what I want you to mark on your paper, option, or phase 2, I'm sorry. Construction of North High School is $80 million, which is more than we originally believed the cost of construction. Just to put that in perspective, we finished Garfield, this is our first year in Garfield, at $53 million for construction of that building. The new North High School is priced out smaller than Garfield, and for a 912, it's $80 million. This requires a passage of a 1.75 mil PI levy, total estimated budget of $80 million. The funding sources is a $55 million COPS deal, $15 million in LFI funds. That's $80 million of funding available. That's an estimated cost. The mortgage, if you will, on that COPS deal is basically $5.2 million, with $4.9 million in a revenue stream being created by the PI levy. That leaves us upside down of $288,000. So you can see by option 5, while it might not address every single issue exactly how we want to, has a minimal, very minimal impact on the 5-year forecast, provided a PI levy can pass along with the general operating levy. That's what it assumes. So option 6 for your consideration. On the top left of your paper, mark option 6. It still says option 5 on your paper. So proposed changes. It looks the same as the previous slide, same building closures. The legacy buildings, Ott, Miller South, Firestone Park, Pfeiffer, Stewart, and Essex. It's construct the new campus, 912, and it does the same thing. That pushes the north build into phase 2 with levy passage of a 1.75 mil permanent improvement levy. This is where it starts to deviate and look a little different. It would repurpose one existing CLC, so it would relocate NIF Middle School to Leggett CLC with retrofits grade 5 through 8. Why Leggett? Because it's close to downtown. Convert NIF STEM to the high school. Construct a Kenmore school. This would be grades 5 through 8. It would relocate the Pfeiffer Elementary students, K-5 to Kenmore, and relocate the Performing Arts program. Move the 6th graders to the East Middle School. Open a new preschool program where space is available. Construct the athletic facility. And again, this plan, like the last plan, has the superintendent and her team seeking funds to build this athletic program, or athletic space, which I would assume we would also do in phases as we tried to raise those funds. This I want to show you again. It speaks back to how things have skyrocketed in construction prices. So to abate and demo, the real cost in bringing down the Kenmore School is the abatement. That's far more expensive than the actual demolition of the facility because of asbestos. So that's $3.5 million. The new building is $21,700. That's 50,000 square feet, built for 300 students. We're at 215 right now, so that would give us some space to grow. The new Performing Arts School is $29,800,000 as a base school, but we know that it's not a base school. It's for 400 students. It has an enhanced dance studio, music room, art studios, and a 500-seat auditorium. So the total cost of this project would be $61 million. So again, we have the same deferred maintenance and reduction in staffing to save $2.2 million. The construction is $61 million. The athletic complex, again, is no impact on the general fund because those dollars are not being used for this project. North Campus, the same. The Robinson CLC retrofits for STEM, which would actually be Leggett, not Robinson, is $2 million. That's a $63 million budget. So that would require certificates of participation at $10 million. So that's your mortgage. It's a $10 million mortgage, essentially, paid back over 30 years. The grant of $5 million. It's a much bigger bite. It goes up by $8 million, bigger bite into ESSER funds. at $33 million. The LFI funds at $15 million used for this project. That gives us $63 million in available funding. That's a price of $817,000 per year, or $818,000 per year, with a savings of $2.2 million. That's still a positive impact on the general fund of roughly $1.4 million. This is a $10 million COPS deal. Again, mark on the top left of your corner, option 6, please. So the project, or the budget project for the construction of North High School, this looks exactly the same as you've seen. Stays consistent, $80 million, $1.75 million. The difference here, and again, the total project ends up being $5.1 million, $4.9 million in PI stream coming through at 1.75 mils, so an impact of $288,000. Again, overall, not as good as option 5, but not a significant complete total impact on the 5-year forecast. Although certainly some, I'd be remiss not to mention that when you up ESSER funds, we're taking something away. So option 7, whoops. Option 7, again in 2 phases. Please mark option 7, top left corner. Same consistent closures. Construct a new North High School. Again, 1.75 mil permanent improvement levy. There's only one difference here. It's the same repurpose of an existing CLC to relocate NIF Middle School to Leggett, convert NIF Middle School to high school, construct Kenmore, relocate Pfeiffer, grades K-5, relocate the Performing Arts Program 4-8 with all the same amenities, move these 6th graders, open the preschools. The difference is here. Notice the date, August 2026. So this is the only plan that has the $15 million LFI funds going back to construction of an athletic facility and putting that back on its original trajectory for completion. But with that, understand, that means $15 million is coming out of any construction. That money's not being used to offset any other construction. So what does that look like? So the staffing reductions stay consistent, $2.2 million. The construction costs at $61 million. The athletic complex money is paying for the athletic complex. North Campus is still in phase 2, assuming a 1.75 mil PI levy passage. Again, that should read Leggett CLC retrofits for STEM with $2 million for retrofits. Total budget of $78 million. The real difference here is the certificates of participation go from $10 million to $25 million. And why is that? Because we're not using the LFI funds to offset that expenditure. So the only way to generate that revenue is to increase our indebtedness level. The grant for $5 million, ESSER fund stays relatively high at $33 million. That's $78 million total. That price tag doubles, of course, a little more than doubles, and goes to $1.6 million is your yearly mortgage. Deferred maintenance and staffing reductions at $2.2 million is a net savings of $594,000. What is absolutely critical in any of these plans presented is that the reductions must be reductions and closures must be closures. So any movement of those or reconciliation of any of those changes the financial outlook of this proposed plan. And I hope, since I'm in a public school, I can't say pray, but I hope this is the last time that I present on an LTOP plan at a board meeting, just so you know. I hope. Are there any questions?
Mr. Alexander.
We're talking about Leggett. I kept saying Robinson. You said Leggett.
Yeah.
What are those students going to do? What are we doing with the students at that school?
Any repurposing of an elementary school calls for us to redistrict those students. It does solve for another problem that I foresee for us, and that is, as our elementary schools with our declining enrollments, which you've seen those numbers before, it helps to push more students into those existing CLCs and hopefully prevent House Bill 110 from kicking in at some point and lose in the pain of going through the process of potentially losing a CLC to a charter school or whatever other entity.
So will we have to bus any of those students? And I'm sure we would have to, but I'm asking the question, will we have to bus them? But also, what schools have we looked at what schools these kids are going to be from Leggett are going to go into that will be close enough so it won't have too much busing or distance?
Yeah, we have done that. It's a good question. We have laid some maps down, and we have a general idea of where students will go. And I can certainly get that information to you. I didn't bring it tonight, but we do have that. You're welcome.
Are there other questions? Dr. Akbar.
Yes, I want to just get some clarity. I'm just looking at this for the first time, so if I misunderstood something, please correct me. There's actually a few, but one of them is the elementary school, so rebuilding Pfeiffer at Kenmore.
Correct.
In option 5, it estimates 350 students at $18 million, and then $3 million to demo. And then option 6 has it for 300 students for $21 million for 300 students and 3.5 to demo. That could just be a typo, or maybe there's a difference reason for that.
Yeah, the first one, which I kept consistent with what's been shown, was prior to getting updated cost figures. So the second number is the accurate number. That's a good question.
Okay, so thank you for that. So to make sure I'm doing this correctly, that would be adding $3.5 million for the building on option 5, and then $500,000 for the demo, which is basically $4 million added to this figure.
And what I thought I would do is go back once I understand where you all want to go, make all the numbers match, and then email it.
Okay.
So it's a little easier to compare.
Understand. I'm asking just to make sure that I have that right, because then that helps me figure out which one makes sense, I guess.
Sure.
So I appreciate that. And then the other thing I wanted to say is, as I tried to put these side by side, one, I do want to say I appreciate the phase options. I really do. I think that, one, that probably is the way we were going to have to go anyway, but two, it gives us, I think, a realistic picture. And so when I'm looking at option 5, it's a savings of $2.2 million for the district with $25 million ESSER, which that will change slightly, maybe more in ESSER with the $4 million change. But the biggest thing is with the two phases in option 6 and 7 is it depends on an operating levy and a capital improvement levy, which it also gives another option, which I believe that's saying if the levy doesn't pass, we do have another option. So that other option relies on $65 million in COPS for option 6. And for option 7, that will rely on $80 million in COPS, which is the loan, and both of them are $33 million in ESSER supplanting, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So even, I'm asking that because the bottom line, it looks like option 7 is the best plan because it's the cheapest or has the least greatest hit to our general fund. But really, if I'm looking at this, option 5 and 6 are the better options because they rely on less COPS if the improvement levy fails.
Yeah, one of the biggest differences is on each of these plans is where we use the LFI funds for. Are we putting it in construction, or are we putting it in the athletic facilities? And that's what's making the numbers kind of swing.
Well, is that and the COPS increases?
Either one or the other, right?
Right. So,
right.
I appreciate that. So what I'm saying is based off what I'm seeing,
can you make that move?
Option 6 and 5 would be the better options, even though if you're looking at the paper version, option 7 says it has the least greatest hit to our general fund. But if you think about it, there's a potential that the levy doesn't pass. So I'm looking at what's that secondary way of funding. And for me, if you're looking at it, phase 2 for 5 and 6, gives you the least amount of impact for the on the general fund based off of COPS.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you.
And I would submit to you that if a levy couldn't be passed, a PI levy, then I certainly would not recommend the district goes and takes out an $80 million COPS without a revenue stream to pay for it.
That's exactly where I was going, so I appreciate you saying that. So to my last point, which is, to me, option 7 is a non-starter because of that, because we don't have a guarantee that the PI levy will pass. So just wanted to put that out there for my board colleagues. Again, this was just a quick cursory look at what was presented, and thank you for putting this together and also giving us the phases. For me, it was the clearest kind of fast look out of all the presentations. Not that the other ones weren't great, but this was really good. Thank you.
You're welcome. And I will make sure that I sit down with the superintendent. We go through these numbers. I'll sit down with Todd, make sure we go through these numbers, make sure everything is, I'll make them all match instead of leaving some of the expenditures at what we thought they were, updating them, making sure it's all copacetic, and I'll send it back out. But generally, even as it is now, it provides you the framework. It's really a decision about what you want to complete now and what you want to potentially move into a different phase. And how, and the big challenge here for you all to figure out is, how do you want to use that $15 million? And again, I'll put a big asterisk by that, though. That is going to require that the city cooperates and is on the same page with the Board of Education as well. So perhaps that option doesn't exist to move it off at the athletic complex. Perhaps. That I don't know. I know that Ms. Otley and I are meeting with the mayor, I believe it is Wednesday. I believe. It's on our calendar. So that's all I know. It's on our calendar. Do you want to speak to that at all, Ms. Otley? So it's Wednesday. So we'll know a little bit more about potentially where we think this current city government stands.
Because I was going to say, if it depends on what happened with the city, and they're in a situation right now, they're going to be movement too, and so we don't know what's going to happen there. That's glad you guys are meeting.
You know, even though, you know, I think we all understand that the city of Akron will see a different mayor here shortly. If we want to make a decision on this, then we need a decision, regardless of what the circumstances are in leadership.
Are there other questions? Okay.
If I may just add, I'm sorry, when you were saying some of the things that the board needs to reflect on, one being the $15 million for the LFI, and I would think also how much you would like to put in towards COPS, if that would be your decision. How much do you think that is something you have to weigh as well?
And not to beat a dead horse at all, that's a really valid point. And that's why the financial information is given to you, so that you can make that decision with eyes wide open. And it's a tough choice, right? We have immediate needs that are pressing us. It's not an easy time to be a school board member right now.
Mr. Perry.
So part of what I'd like to do, Steve, is to compare this to the big notebook you gave us at the retreat a while ago, and lay it out side by side and get these numbers and see if you're telling us a lot of the numbers match from all 7 plans at this point, right?
They're evolving. The biggest thing that has evolved is what we initially thought construction would be to what construction is now. So that's really been the biggest difference. The monthly, the mortgage payment, if you will, has never changed. That's been consistent all throughout. So the real difference is just what the construction costs are. So what I could do is just map them all out on one piece of paper, so you can see just what it is and what it costs and where it's being funded. So I can do that pretty easily, if that would help you see it all on one piece of paper.
That would help me, because the construction costs have changed then from that first binder.
That's correct.
So that, to me, it's comparing apples and oranges then. I want to see apples to apples.
You got
Absolutely.
it.
Yeah.
So I'll lay that out for you. I think I generally, do you want to see it still in phases?
I like the phase, personally.
Okay.
Yeah.
That narrows it down a little bit as well. I can phase it out and put each one of those. It's actually numbered 1 through 7, but remember we have 1B, 1C, or I think it's 1B, 1C. Yeah. So it's actually 9 options, but I can lay them out as numbered as you have them on your pieces of paper.
I'd appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Yep.
Mr. Alexander?
When you lay those out, we're going to give us the 3 best options, and we're going to negate the others instead of us having to look at that binder again and just look at the 3 best options that we need to look at, or is it going to be all of them again?
If you tell me what the 3 best options are, I'll lay them out.
Dr. Akbar?
Yeah, I appreciate that, Ms. Alexander. I was thinking along the same lines. Personally, I think that option, I don't have 3, but I think 2, to me, are the best options to go for, to consider option 5 and 6. Neither one, I think, serves 100% of our concerns, but I think it doesn't leave North, for example, out to just wait for anything forever. So I think it's saying we're going to take one good bite at the apple to try to get the community to support it. And if that doesn't work, we have another option, which isn't the best option, but it is an option. So for me, and I don't know what my board colleagues believe, but option 5 and 6 to me would be the ones I would like to see.
Other questions? Okay, I'll just have a couple comments here. Ms. Autry.
So I guess this is more of a statement after listening to all the folks who've addressed us. I think they might want to hear some type of reassurance about moving NIF STEM and making sure, because when I visited, I mean, it is so customized. Mm-hmm. And so whatever we would repurpose, at Leggett, how can they be reassured that it's going to be equally equipped? And I don't know if you can answer that or not, but I just wanted to make that statement because I think that's important, for the folks who've been advocating for that building that's so customized.
The budget right now that you see on paper is $2 million. I feel like that can do quite a bit, but I would be misleading you and the parents of those students to say that a building that was brought in Walt Disney World engineers into a building and built what is unarguably an incredible facility, and that we'd be able to take Leggett or anywhere else and make it match that would probably be untrue. But if you have we know that facility must move. It must move. It must go somewhere, meaning the high school. So somewhere has to go, and I don't think we could put a plan together for you. If money wasn't an object, it'd be an easy plan. But since money is, it's kind of like if you're used to driving a Jaguar and you got to go down and maybe drive a Lexus. Lexus is still a pretty darn good car. It's not a Jaguar. I like cars, sorry. But if you have two buildings, I think it makes sense personally to put your oldest students, your high school students, in the building that is most designed for STEM and on the Akron campus, knowing that while we don't have as many of our STEM students taking college classes as we would like, that's always been part of the base understanding of what that school could offer our scholars and offer our community. So it just wouldn't make sense to move that off. The performing arts school to put it in a CLC requires the most investment.
Okay. Thank you for that. And then, with all of the sports too that we've been talking about, I would be in favor, of seeking out donations and partnerships for that. We should be able to do that easily with all the professional athletes who have come, out of the district. So using those LFI funds for educational purposes, I think would be in our best interest. There were 5,000 people at that parade. So.
Other questions? Ms. Jackson.
I'm just curious as far as time, that what could additional time, because I understand that moves need to happen, but in the event, we know that STEM High must move. But if in fact the University of Akron was able to, I know we need to move regardless, it's an older building, but if we had additional time, I know Miller South parents, or when they were here the last meeting, those representing Miller South was saying that before they just go into any building, they will be okay staying in their current building. And the reason why I'm just mentioning this is, how does time, if we had extended time in these buildings, I understand our lease is up with the University of Akron, but they're not boasting a large enrollment now, they're liquidating a lot of their assets. So if we needed just time to kind of really flesh this out? Is that in any way an option to come up with the best solution that can happen, like over time or even in the midst of seeing if a levy in fact passes? I'm just curious, is that an option?
Well, what we have is a secret weapon with the University of Akron. It's called Deborah Folk. Do you know her? She has a way of getting the people in the city government and the university just to listen to her. I don't know how she does it. I just shut up. She does her magic. So when we were considering other options more towards the beginning, and we were looking at potential construction of something for STEM, knowing that we've already gone to them and sought out another year extension, which I believe we all but have inked. Is that correct? Come on up here. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. The original lease for STEM High, being at Central Howard, expires in September of 2023. We have asked and negotiated and are pretty close to an extension that will get us to June of 24. When we were trying to see if there would be something to construct STEM at Morley, we did go and ask for an original extension of one additional semester. And that has not come back at this point positively. So we're still negotiating with that, but the most I can honestly say at this point that is truly on the table is to extend STEM High at the current building in June of 24. Now, I do need to update you on something. We had a major water leak at STEM High last week. It flooded the cafeteria, and it was taken care of. We were very fortunate that the building was on spring break, but that meant that the U had to come in and certainly take out, and I mean it flooded the cafeteria. And part of the issue was a release of pressure on a water line that was being tested with city water that overflowed a particular unit in the upper floor. Now, had the sump pump worked, it wouldn't have flooded, but it didn't. It was a fuse issue. So please understand, that as we've gone through this, there is a lot of deferred maintenance to the Central Howard building that the university has not done, knowing that this particular lease would be coming to an end. So we are able probably to close this out to get us, to your point, Ms. Jackson, to June of 2024. Does that help? You're welcome.
You know, and that's the other side of this entire argument is here's a building that flooded. I cannot tell you based on expert assessments, architects and construction firms on the longevity of Miller South, North High School. All of those are buildings that are Pfeiffer, Firestone Park. They're all beyond their life expectancy. We're on borrowed time with all of those buildings.
Okay, are there additional questions or comments? Okay. So I have just several, I think, short comments here. One, I'm optimistic that we'll pass the levies that we need to pass if we start giving back to areas of the city that feel that we have taken from them for a long time. I'm talking about the Kenmore Community 1. I'm talking about the Firestone Park Community 2. And, we've got, we're past a point of saying, trust us, pass a levy, and then you'll see. That's just not going to work in those wards. And I've had conversations. I've been at those ward meetings. Spent a lot of time on the Boulevard and in Kenmore and in Firestone Park. We are not. I'm telling you, we are not passing a levy in those parts of the city until we actually do something for the people that live in those parts of the city. And so So from my standpoint, further shrinking the footprint in Firestone Park by closing Firestone Park Elementary, and still not addressing the lack of athletic facilities at Garfield High School is a non-starter. And I'm telling you, it's a non-starter in that community. So, and that community and its leadership is, so passionate that it is that not only will they not pass a levy, they will passionately campaign against anybody else in the city passing a levy. And you think about the origin story for the LFI funds, right? I mean, it's leftover dollars from our construction project. Well, I would submit, I think the people in Firestone Park would submit that we didn't finish a job at Garfield, and that any leftover dollars should go to finish the job at Garfield. And I would agree with that, to be frank. So for me, I think anything that is, I think the Garfield complex there, to me, that's a phase one type of issue, in my singular opinion. I think secondarily, moving Miller South to Kenmore, I think we've heard loud and clear from the majority of folks that have both emailed and called and texted and showed up here to talk to the board that there's no real concerns about moving Miller South to Kenmore, as long as it has the kinds of facilities that that curriculum, right, that performing arts school really needs in order to shine, right? They are the stars, after all. And I think we've talked about Pfeiffer as well, right? I mean, so moving, Pfeiffer's not that far from Kenmore Boulevard. I'm sorry, from Kenmore High School. So we have a real chance, to sow some goodwill in parts of the city that would passionately campaign against the passage of any levy. So I'm optimistic that if we were to begin, once we get started on those items, we'll have additional folks that are supportive, as well as their elected officials in those areas that would be more than happy to passionately support and campaign for passing a levy, as opposed to passionately campaigning against the passage of a levy. You also think about Miller South and its following. Miller South has citywide following, right? And so as we think about passage of a levy, I think the expectation is that we're partnering in this, right? So I would fully expect, that the city as a whole, would certainly be supportive of passing a levy that's going to keep the programming in place at a place like Miller South, for example. As it relates to the STEM middle school, listen, I've been on the record as saying that, for me, the ideal scenario is to create a STEAM academy in Kenmore. But I'm not going to let the perfect become the enemy of the good, right? And so if we can build a smaller building by not including STEM in that, that allows us to afford in a more timely way these projects, then I'm persuadable on this, right? As a singular opinion. With regard to Leggett, I think that's something that feels like the right move to me, because again, it does, as we continue to sort of right size our district, and we still have. I mean, Leggett is arguably on the University of Akron campus. It's surrounded by off-campus housing. So while it's not quite walkable, my concern with regard to budget line items is not the cost it takes us to transport kids from point A to point B for field trips. In my perusals of the budget, that's not a line item where we're overspending or we're in any danger of overspending. But I would echo Ms. Autry's points around, we would want to make sure, though, that we were able to approximate from an amenity standpoint, the appropriate supportive equipment, right, in that retrofit that would allow us to approximate, if not in uniqueness, in utility, what already currently exists. I got an email from somebody about this that asked the question, well, why could you just not move the STEM high school to a repurposed building? Now, they didn't say Leggett, but I'm saying, but in this scenario, well, could you move the STEM high school to Leggett and leave the STEM middle school where it's at, since it's been specialized to fit that middle school group? And I don't know the answer to that question. That's something that we can talk further about. And so, but again, so to that point, but either way, I think that, I have, as we think about the dollars it would take, retrofitting an existing building as opposed to spending $20+ million to purchase another building when we're already over capacity, when we're at under capacity, to me has the wrong feeling to it. And it certainly feels like it's not the fiscally responsible thing to do in this environment. But I remain persuadable on that. So those are my comments and remarks. And thank you, Dr. Thompson, for your presentation. And there are no further questions or comments. We'll move to item 4 on the agenda. Approval of previous meeting minutes. Is there a motion to approve the meeting minutes from meetings 3:13, 3:15, and 3:20?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been properly moved by Ms. Autry and seconded by Mr. Alexander. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, roll call, please, Mr. Atkins.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Ms. Jackson?
Aye.
Mrs. McKittrick?
Yes.
Dr. Akbar?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Mrs. Autry?
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries. Next, we move to items 5 through 16, personnel recommendations. Madam Superintendent.
Thank you. Before asking for approval, I would like to read, have you take notice of 16.1, the passing of one of our non-public tutors, Michael Bacon. Michael Bacon came to Akron Public Schools in August 2022 after retiring as an educator in Crawford County, Pennsylvania. His previous experience includes working with ESL and alternative education students, as well as placing foreign exchange students with families while working throughout Pennsylvania. Mr. Bacon joined the APS family as an auxiliary tutor and, again, continuing his passion to help students learn and grow. It is with deep regret that we announce his passing on March 14th, 2023. With that said, I wish to recommend approval of the personnel recommendations presented in categories 5 through 16.
Is there a motion?
I so move to approve.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been probably moved by Mr. Perry, seconded by Ms. McKittrick. Is there any discussion?
Yes, I would just like to say that I knew Mr. Bacon personally as a human being, but as a phenomenal educator that really cared about students and had a wonderful way, especially of making students engage with math and really stretch themselves. And he will really be missed. He definitely was an asset to the district and to the students he served, so my condolences to his family. And also, I'll be keeping in prayer the students that were fortunate enough to have a person like him because he had great impact.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Any further discussion? Roll call, please, Mr. Atkins.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Mrs. Autry?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Ms. Jackson?
Aye.
Mrs. McKittrick?
Yes.
Dr. Akbar?
Yes.
The motion carries. Next, we move to items 18 through 21. Next is our consent agenda. Madam Superintendent.
I wish to recommend approval of the resolutions and motions presented in Category 21. They are in proper format, and I move their approval.
Is there a motion?
So move to approve.
Need a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been probably moved by Mr. Perry, seconded by Ms. Autry. Is there any discussion? Okay, roll call, please, Mr. Atkins.
Mrs. McKittrick?
Yes.
Dr. Akbar?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Motion carries. Next, we move to business affairs recommendations. Madam Superintendent.
I wish to recommend approval of the business affairs recommendations presented in Category 23.
Is there a motion?
So move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been properly moved by Mr. Perry, seconded by Dr. Akbar. Is there any discussion? Okay, hearing and seeing none, roll call, please. Mr. Atkins.
Dr. Akbar,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes.
Ms. Autry,
Yes.
Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Dr. Hall,
Aye.
Ms. Jackson,
Yes.
Mrs. McKittrick.
No on 23.1, 23.2, 23.3, 23.4, 23.10, 23.19, 23.22, yes on the balance.
Okay, the motion carries. Next, we move to item 25 here, the superintendent's report. Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, President Hall. This evening, we have 3 of our building leaders with us, and I would like them to come forth so that they can provide for the board an update regarding their GAR Educator Initiative grants that each of them received. First up is, I believe, Ms. Stephanie Davis of Bridges. She received 2. My Song and The Rage Must Go On. Followed by Renee Kachis, the principal of Mason CLC. Her grant is entitled Mason Monarch Outdoor Classroom. And we will conclude with Principal Don Harper of Jennings CLC with Virtual Village at Jennings Part 3.
So does my song mean someone's going to sing?
No.
No,
you-
okay, all right. Just
Nobody deserves to hear that from me.
okay.
Thank you, Superintendent Atley Kelly, President Hall, and members of the board for allowing me this opportunity to share with you the amazing work that has been done at Bridges Learning Center because of the generous funding from the GAR Foundation. My Song is a 2-year bibliographic music and art therapy exploration of a student's life story designed to restore neural pathways disrupted by complex trauma experienced before, during, and after the global pandemic. My Song empowers Bridges Learning Center students to begin to heal, recover, and restore these pathways disrupted by complex trauma through active bibliographic storytelling with board-certified music and art therapists, who in this case were the grant co-writers, Shannon May and Edie Hardensteiner. The GAR purchase technology has allowed students to record music and create digital art using studio quality materials, structured and unstructured songwriting with students in grades 3 through 12 and success classrooms. In this, song lyrics become illustrated mantra murals using paint and digital art. These murals are scanned and printed by the APS printing department and displayed throughout the school. Additionally, the work in this grant has provided for music and art therapy collaboration in grades 3 through 5, the Sparkles, Project Rise Girls Group creating mantra murals and working out a lyrical analysis of Katy Perry's Firework. For our secondary students, this grant extends to rock band, student-led musical rehearsals, planned musical performances, design of promotional materials on Canva with GAR purchase technologies, and a drum set, along with collaborations with the community and peer mentoring. As Edie and Shannon work with the Bridges Learning Center students using expressive art therapy techniques, they have observed students begin to risk, heal, trust, and write their songs. Through art and music therapy, students learn new coping skills and how to process toxic stressors by bringing students into their learning brains to access higher order thinking skills. The arts naturally celebrate, explore, and tell stories of diverse people while embracing all students as creative individuals. Edie and Shannon are committed to providing inclusive, equitable, authentic, and diverse creative experience to ensure that students feel valued and respected for their intersectional identities, grades K through 12. My Song provides a necessary foundational block addressing each student's need for executive functioning and self-regulation, which positively impacts a student's overall mental health. The impact has been plentiful. As you can see here, students are working to restore those neural pathways. But the final thing is a quote from one of my 8th graders when asked, what is this grant meant to you? What is the work meant to you? He said, I found my voice. And through expressive art therapies, he was able to access that. Now let's rage. What is It's All the Rage? It's All the Rage regulation, access to growing emotionally, was designed to foster both student and staff wellness by creating a trauma-responsive instructional focus for students grades K through 12. The lead grant writers were Christy Yurchek, Edie Hardensteiner, Lori Hale, Heidi Boatfield, and Brian Hill. But the grant writing team included more than 20 of my staff members that represented a cross-section of the Bridges Learning Center staff. The first year taught staff realistic therapeutic and instructional strategies to embed within their classrooms and throughout the school environment. Year 1 implementation was negatively impacted by COVID and remote learning, but our team quickly pivoted. The Rage Exchange was created using the Train the Trainer module to provide 2 weekly opportunities for 100% of staff to learn from the LIFTS team. Weekly self-paced voluntary professional development and group discussion after hours and during the pandemic remote learning yielded a consistent 32% attendance rate of staff at this non-mandatory training. Topics included compassion fatigue, childhood trauma, health outcomes, prevalence of trauma and ACEs, the brain and stress, impact of trauma on learning, secondary trauma, leading with vulnerability in the classroom, and creating a safe space. Throughout the pandemic, this PD was the glue that allowed the Bridges Learning Center staff to continue its purpose as a community that responds instructionally across content areas, K-12, to address achievement gaps. In the second year, We're Still the Rage focused on school-wide programming designed to provide biologically respectful education to students experiencing complex trauma. We started with team-building activities before the school year started. Trained teachers provided professional development on trauma-informed strategies that support each student with a safe, protective pathway to heal, learn, belong, self-accept, and develop self-esteem. Staff were trained on the implementation of therapeutic tools within breakaway spaces. The grant allowed for the creation of a breakaway space lending library of regulatory tools, adaptive seating, and items staff can check out to create a safe, predictable, and comfortable classroom for our students who have complex trauma. Currently, the breakaway space library from RAGE is actively being used by 88% of our classrooms. As part of year 3, the RAGE must go on. 6 staff members will have earned a postgraduate certificate in trauma sensitivity in schools from the Leslie Institute for Trauma Sensitivity. These members have held ongoing in-services for Bridges staff members on trauma-informed approaches to use in the classroom. One of the projects of year 3 is the Bridges Blue Line. This initiative is a research-based intervention and was introduced by our second LIFTS team. A painted blue line on the floor in the hallways for students to walk on with an adult includes individual intervention stations along the path to help students self-regulate. The blue line was created by these certified staff members as an alternative way to teach regulation and return back to classrooms with academic availability. Sorry, I'm having time. The impact of the RAGE grants at Bridges has been not only a prioritization of SEL learning, or social emotional learning, pardon me, but also a prioritized understanding of what it means in response to our school climate. Our staff has demonstrated and continues to demonstrate a growth mindset and an understanding that they need to learn about trauma on a neurobiological level, learn practical strategies to help students while managing their own stress within a supportive community of colleagues, and to help students understand their emotional states and how to regulate independently. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for inviting me out tonight to talk to you about the GAR grant that we have started at Mason. First, I just want to tell you a little bit of background of what led up to us wanting to apply for this GAR grant and the idea that helped us come up with the Mason Monarch Outdoor Classroom. So the man with the plan, Ken Evans, who is a leader in AmeriCorps Vista, and he's also running the Leadership Akron Next program right now, he approached us and asked if we would be interested in building a monarch garden on our property. So we happily accepted that, and he helped us build this space in the picture that is behind our building next to our basketball courts, and turn it into a monarch garden. So we planted plants that attract monarch butterflies. We started teaching our students about the journey that monarchs have to make once they have evolved into the butterfly that they become. And we took ownership from our students by letting them paint their thumbprint around the border, so every student has left their mark on the monarch garden to feel the important part of the process. Every classroom got a butterfly cage, so they got the eggs and watched them grow into caterpillars, and they got to see the entire life cycle right in their own classroom, and then take their monarch butterfly outside to set it free when it was ready. So this is all pre-grant. There are just some good pictures from each cycle. So then our brains started turning, and we got the buy-in from the staff. We wanted to express to our students that this is their home and how they can help take care of it, and the important process of being a part of the environment and helping life grow and continue. So the staff was bought in. You can see them watching their chrysalis was about to hatch, and they wanted to make sure they saw it. And it really just took life in our building. So at this point last year, we decided to do a mascot refresh because we were just so excited about all of our monarch stuff going on. And we were the Mason Cougars, and our colors were blue and gold. And we have now rebranded, and we are the Mason Monarchs. And this is Murray the Monarch, and our new colors are black and orange. Here's just some pictures. We had a wallpaper mural put up in our front entryway, and then we were able to get a Mason Monarch t-shirt for every student and staff.
Yeah, that's nice.
So then we applied for the GAR grant for this school year, the 22-23 school year, and we were awarded $10,000 to enhance our outdoor learning space. So this included installing an entire outdoor classroom. So we had barnstone laid into the hill, and I'll show you a picture of that in just a moment. We needed to do a shed renovation, and then in the shed we are updating our school supplies, so we'll have lap desks and hot spots and materials in the shed so that teachers don't have to carry everything out there with them when they want to use the outdoor classroom. We also provided professional development speakers for our staff. We are holding family events at our outdoor classroom, planting perennials, milkweed, and pollinator plants, and installing a weather pole and a peace pole with the 8 languages that the students at our building speak. Research behind our outdoor classroom project show that providing an outdoor classroom increases school performance. It improves mental, physical, and social health. Outdoor education has also been shown to increase the development and understanding of human communities, which leads to a sense of self-identity. And nature is a universal language for everyone. It does not matter what language you speak or what culture you follow, nature belongs to all of us equally. Here are some pictures of, on the left, our students taking time working at our outdoor classroom, and then on the right, our staff having a professional development session in our outdoor classroom. So our outdoor classroom is hoping to grow. We have applied for a year 2 of the GAR grant. You are allowed to apply 2 consecutive years for the same purpose, and so we have submitted our application. If awarded, we are hoping to plan for a school-wide field trip to Rock Mill for climbing, meditation, and yoga, install tapestry hangings above the garden, install solar lights, install raspberry and blackberry bushes, have comfort supplies out there such as umbrellas and blankets, hold a 6-hour option based on literature for staff on how to use the outdoor classroom, meditation books for students, and a stone picnic table for reading groups and counseling sessions. So all of you are invited. Please come and join us for our end of the year outdoor classroom celebration on the last day of school. June 1st from 11 o'clock to 12:30, we're having a reggae band, tie-dyeing t-shirts, and a snow cone truck. And follow us on Instagram and Facebook. There are a lot of videos and pictures of us utilizing our outdoor classroom and all the other great things happening at Mason. And thank you very much for having me. Oh, I have a swag bag of Mason Monarch merchandise for like our rebranded stuff that you guys can pass out.
Yeah, can you see that? Yes. I love this. I love this. I love this. Pass out, right. Pass out. Oh, pass out. So, no, listen, I can tell you. So I have my kids are 2.5 and 4.5, and we did the butterfly where you order the kits and you grow the butterflies, and then you let them go. Yeah. And it's amazing to see the impact that has on kids to like watch something actually like from their standpoint be birthed. Yeah. And then you let it go, and it's amazing. So so I'm a big fan of that. And thank you for the swag. Definitely appreciate it. I won't be passing it out though. Sorry, I'm just kidding. All right, fantastic. Yes.
We're ready?
Yes, please.
Now we don't have a swag bag, but
that's okay.
We'll try to get something later. Anyway. All right, good evening, Madam Superintendent, President Hall, and ladies and gentlemen of the board. I'm actually Ms. Harper. I'm the principal of Jennings CLC, and I'm going to give you an introduction because Dr. Farmakides, who our library media specialist, actually did all of the work. So he actually have us looking great over there at Jennings CLC. But I'll just summarize that the GAR grant was submitted by he and Dr. Jones, our instructional coach, and we have implemented 3 phases for our virtual village. And without further ado, I'll present Dr. Farmakides.
Thank you for having us this evening. It's exciting to be able to talk to you about the transformation of the LRC at Jennings. It is now called the Virtual Village. And we appreciate so much what the GAR Foundation has done for us. I'm fortunate enough to be able to, I sit on the GAR committee, where the EIG committee, where we give out the grants. And you should be so proud of your teachers, what they turn in and year out to benefit our students. And we just met a few weeks ago, and while I can't divulge who received the grants, once again, we're greatly represented by our teachers. The Virtual Village at Jennings. So the virtual reality within the Virtual Village supports our vision of excellence through equity, theory of action. Our scholars are seen, valued, and heard. So they're seen because this provides them with opportunities that they may have missed previously, filling experiential gaps. They're valued. They can adjust language settings. Students feel valued when VR is in their language. And they're heard. They're able to, the writing reflections after immersive experience with the VR. So we have 3 different phases, and this all began in 2017 at Jennings, and we turned to the GAR with our proposal. And what we were looking to do with the initial phase is to, and it's been a 5-year project, now a 6-year project, through three GAR grants to use VAR to augment the learning across grade levels and content levels. So teachers now incorporate virtual reality into their lesson plans to help students achieve at higher levels. Virtual reality helps to bring students from the cognitive lockout and allows them to re-enter their learning brain. Through the use of the GAR funds, a virtual village has become a place where students can hone their soft skills, as well as build background knowledge and create content that demonstrates the mastery of standards. Why do we choose virtual reality? This was roughly 5-6 years ago. We were looking for help with diversity, equity, and inclusion, social emotional learning, English language learners. We have 41 different languages now at Jennings CLC, supporting all different content areas and immersive experiences, empathy, and equity within Jennings. There's some videos in here, but I'm going to move through those. A DEI in action. So not only is the virtual village, it's more of an idea to the building because it can move throughout the building. And students it can go mobile, and it takes students places what they may not otherwise be able to go. And it creates conversations about experiences that they might not otherwise have had. So when I plan with classes, this happens with every lesson that goes through the LRC with the virtual experiences. I have a meeting with every teacher, and we go over standards, curriculum, and goals for the lesson. And then the classes are actually held in the LRC during a scheduled time, and the students are rotated through the VR experiences. Students then return to their seats and immediately begin to reflect about their experience. And we'll talk about why this is so important. Post-meeting with teachers looking for wins in the area. So this goes through the pre-meet, the class, and the post-meet. And VR coupled with the writing standards provides experiential learning that results in rich and authentic personal narratives. This allows the students to express themselves in text in a way that they otherwise would not be able to. Some of the lessons that we have done, most of these are directly in the curriculum and or closely tied to. The virtual village, we have used Nature Trek, Mission to the ISS space station, Facing Your Fears, Clouds Over Cedra, Anne Frank's. Let me move here. Okay, this is it. This is the writing, and if you can look at the beginning, this was a student that had written, the question was, is space travel worth the risk? Before the virtual experience, exploration is worth the risk because you will need to learn new stuff. All right. Now, after they've gone on that trip to the ISS space station and realize virtually what it's like to be in zero gravity and to go around the space station and do specific tasks, space exploration is worth the risk because it can develop new research and study about planets. While doing the VR, we've experienced the satellite with no gravity in space. So they're able to expand. And what it's shown, the use of VR to build background knowledge provides experiential learning and support reflective writing activities. It has had a positive impact on the students' abilities to elaborate and provide details on rigorous OST writing prompts. We've found that the students in 6th grade have improved from 2018 to 2021 with a 4% increase in evidence and elaboration, which is part of the rubric of the OST. And VR with this has included fear and natural disasters. There's a 3% increase in 7th grade in evidence and elaboration and 4% increase in 8th grade evidence and elaboration. And we've used that for things like Anne Frank and the space station. So we use it for kinesthetic learning because kinesthetic learning, the students are able to get more out of it by movement with the VRs. So right now we have roughly 14. I think we have 14 VRs, the Oculus Pros, or the Oculus Quest 2s, and the students. So that's nearly half a class that we can do at one time. So they will go to the specific virtual experience. What we're working on right now, I just finished, as a matter of fact, is the CA 6th graders are doing a songbird project. So along with, to build the background knowledge of the songbirds, in Ms. McCann's class, Mrs. Graham's class, and Mrs. Green's classes, the students were able to build that background knowledge of songbirds. So we took them to specific virtual experiences where they're able to be amongst the nature. So they did well with that. And this is our current phrase moving forward. So now we have these virtual realities that we're using within the curriculum now to move forward. So we're building actual virtual realities for empathy. So the students are building their own now, which will be uploaded through the Oculus into the content, the VR content. And these are students from so many different backgrounds, and with over 40 different languages spoken. Jennings is a wonderful place for this. And this will allow students to experience the perspectives of others and increase their cognitive empathy. So we're using VR from, we started off with cardboards, and teachers used to run from me when they saw me because I would ask for their phones, to now we have fully functioning Oculus Quests and whole classroom sets of VR.
Thank you.
I would. Okay, come to Jennings anytime. Feel free to put you in the VR.
So,
absolutely.
Can I just say, I have a 10 and a 13-year-old, and we got them on Oculus a couple years ago, one of the first ones. They have a new one now for my 13-year-old's birthday. So I played it for the first time today. I played golf on it. It's pretty cool, actually. Very good graphics and all that. So I know it's a very cool thing.
Right, it's amazing. And we use it 5% of the time for game playing. Everything else is 95% of the time is connected to curriculum.
They play them every day, so
it's their world,
awesome
right?
thing. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Ms. Autry.
Yes, I just wanted to thank all three presenters. I think it's just so important to recognize that we are addressing mental health, and especially in this world post-COVID, it's so important. So I appreciate you taking that time to go above and beyond to get a grant to address some of these things. So thank you.
Ms. Jackson.
I concur with what Ms. Autry said, but I also want to thank the GAR Foundation for just being willing to support our youth in this academic space, and also help to uplift and support our teachers that want to be innovative and creative in the classroom to make those connections, right? To make those significant connections where students are excited about learning. And I really love because it connects the student in a way that is very adaptable to their real world. Like with the Oculus, we're in this really technological driven world. But the other part also I like with what Mason is doing, getting kids back outside, enjoying the outdoors, having that sense of civic responsibility to community by way of the environment. So I think that's cool. And then with Bridges, really identifying the social and emotional health of our kids in a way that they are able to in a safe place, express their emotions, and then use, again, their creativity and innovation to process those emotions. So kudos to the educators for your forward thinking and willing to stretch yourself a little bit, but thank you for foundations such as GAR that help us to be our best self. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Did you have anything else?
Thank you. Thank you to our educators who were here this evening. Just also want to bring to everyone's attention that we are entering in our OST window. So we know that this is a very important time for our scholars. So right now we are in our English language arts, and that is for grades 3 through 8. And at high school, they will be taking ELA 2. So again, our window opened today, March 27th, and it is extended through April 6th. So we encourage our parents to help ensure our students are here daily so that they can take this assessment, so that we can use it to help differentiate instruction for our scholars based on their results. And then I would just like to end on one final celebration. If we could all look at Carla Chapman. Yes, doctor. So Carla Chapman is our Chief Diversity Officer, and recently she earned her EDD. She defended her 200-page dissertation on March 22nd, and it was at least 2 hours of defense, correct? Her paper is entitled Teacher and Staff Perceptions of the Roles of Dialogue and Self-Reflection Practice in an Equity Training Program. So we want to thank Dr. Chapman for her commitment to furthering her education. You have inspired all of us. You continue to inspire all of us. And we just wanted to take this moment to celebrate this milestone in your life. And I think someone said, maybe it was Mark Williamson, said it feels like the year of Carla Chapman. So congratulations, Dr. Chapman. That concludes the report of the interim superintendent. Thank you.
All right, thanks everybody. And again, congratulations, Dr. Chapman. So next we move to President Report. I'll keep this short. I just wanted to say we had the, thanks, Ms. McKittrick, appreciate that. Really will be short. I'm on an egg timer here. But no, I didn't want to follow Dr. Akbar's eloquent community reflection, so I decided to move mine to the President Report. But anyway, so we were in Kenmore and Firestone Park last week. Ms. Otley and myself and Dr. Thompson and Ms. Tecca and Ms. Carter, others that were part of that traveling road show, and we had parents and teachers that were at Pfeiffer, and so I just want to thank the superintendent and the staff for being out there and putting on that presentation. I also want to thank the parents that were there as well. And then when I left Pfeiffer, I went down to the Kenmore Community Center where there were 100 people there that were waiting. And I didn't realize I was the only person that was going to be speaking, or that I was the only speaker that was going to be present for that. Ms. Shipe did end up coming. She's from Kenmore, so I knew she'd be there. And she sat in the back and took shots at me. No, I'm just kidding. She didn't. But there were 100 people that were there, and they were passionately communicating, to me, their desires around staying committed and staying focused on Kenmore. And so, again, 100 people that were there. We were there over 2 hours with Q&A. And so I want to thank all of them for caring enough to come out and spend their time. It really demonstrated their commitment to their community as well. And I also want to make sure that I say this too, is that everyone there was very respectful. And so sometimes in those kinds of crowds and environments, things can get awfully chippy. And so I just want to make sure that I'm saying thank you to all of them for not only coming but also communicating in a way that was passionate yet respectful. So, and then we were at Firestone Park the next day. Again, all of us, Ms. Otley and Vice President Autry and others, and same crew as Wednesday night, and that was a very passionate forum as well. And so want to thank those folks who came out to Firestone Park as well. So again, so we've, to those who question our willingness to go out and be in the community and listen and be present, I would say that we are doing that. And just as they had other places to be, there are other places that we could have been as well, right? But we were there together with them. They were there, we were there, and so we were committed to being present and working with them. So again, that's my report. I just want to say thank you to all those folks, and thank you to those of you who were in the room that committed your evenings, to being in both places. So that's my report. How was that, Ms. McKittrick? Was that thumbs up? Okay. Next, we'll move to Treasurer's report.
No report.
No report. Okay. We'll move to committee reports. Legal, policy, and contracts.
No report.
Okay. Next, we'll move to Finance Committee.
LTOP is the Finance and Capital Management Committee report. Thank you. And then also item 21.4, we already voted and approved on the financial statements for January and February. You can refer to those if you have any other questions.
Okay, great, thank you. Instructional Policy and Student Achievement Committee.
No report.
Okay. Equity Committee.
Okay, well, since I gave you the raised eyebrow, I'll make this as brief as possible. So. We had a meeting on March 14th, and our report from Dr. Chapman focused mostly on information she received from a Chief Equity Officers National Convention in Washington, D.C., and essentially, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Chapman, but it was basically how to create a culturally responsive staff, student body, and district. And then we also reviewed some of the ERG events that have happened. And then we had a presentation from Mr. Motter regarding textbook adoption for social studies. And a couple of his most important things the takeaways were, first of all, the North Star for the textbook adoption and the social studies instruction is do no harm. So first you have to create a safe space for dialogue. Second, we want to teach our students how to think and not what to think, and to vet resources so that they are critically engaged. And finally, to not teach history, but histories, so that our students are getting multiple perspectives, and again, so they can vet those sources and resources to decide for themselves what to think. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McKittrick. Are there any questions? Okay, next we move to unfinished business. We have two resolutions to consider this evening. The first one is in item 29.1. It's a resolution extending no school uniforms. I'm not going to read through the resolution. It's there in the board note. I'm sorry, Dr. Akbar, do you want to weigh in?
Oh, no, I was going to make a motion, but
Oh, sure.
early.
So it's there. So is there a motion?
So moved.
Okay, it's been probably moved by Dr. Akbar. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Ms. McKittrick. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please, Mr. Atkins.
Ms. Jackson?
Aye.
Mrs. McKittrick?
Yes.
Dr. Akbar?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
If I said anything other than yes, my kids wouldn't like me, so yes.
Dr. Hall?
Aye. Okay, the motion carries. Next, we move to item 29.2. This is a resolution, so recall in a lot of our LTOP meetings, one of the common thematic elements throughout is moving the sixth graders in the East Cluster to the East CLC building. So this is a resolution that would do just that. So it was pulled out separately. So is there a motion to approve the resolution to move the sixth graders in the East Cluster to the East Community Center?
So moved.
Okay, it was probably moved by Ms. McKittrick and seconded by Ms. Autry. Is there any discussion? Ms. Autry.
Thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge all of the elementary principals in the East Cluster who have been doing such a great job with the sixth graders up until this point, allowing them to be mentors and helpers to the younger students. And so I know they are also looking forward to the opportunity for the sixth graders to have that true middle school experience. But for what they've done up to this point with that group, thank you so much.
Thanks, Mr. Autry. Is there any other discussion? Okay. So I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge. So I've gotten a couple emails and some phone calls from some educators and teachers who are concerned about moving the sixth graders to East. There's some concern about the environment and so my job is to reflect that and to share that out, right, for this body's consideration. But there are some real concerns about moving the sixth graders to East, with in light of some of the things that they candidly have been addressing at East. And so there were concerns about taking sixth graders away from opportunities to mentor and to lead, and then putting them in a building where there's concerns about their safety. And so I just want to make sure that I share that out and reflect that out, because I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't share that out. One of the things that I've asked Ms. Outley was, do we have, because I know one of the concerns was that sixth graders would be put in the high school side of the building because there wasn't space on the junior high side of the building, and so I wanted to make sure that we really spoke to that. And Ms. Outley, I'll let you comment on that here. And then the other concern was, even if there is room on the junior high side, there just were concerns around moving sixth graders there. And I know we've done it throughout the city already. East is the last cluster. But again, I want to be compassionate to those viewpoints and just give the superintendent a chance to opine on both of those topics.
So to follow up with Dr. Hall's concern, I did meet with Assistant Superintendent Rachel Tecca, who personally met with Principal Nolan and went over the building floor plan to ensure that there is adequate space on the middle school side. In the past, when we did this with the Bookdale cluster, we also staked out a transition plan so that we invited our parents out to a meeting to help them. We also made arrangements for our sixth graders, our fifth graders who would be sixth graders, to go up to the school to see it for themselves along with their parents. So we'll make sure that a transition plan is put into place so we can be very thoughtful in this movement of our sixth grade up to the CLC at East. Ms. Tecca, would you like to add anything?
Okay, is there any, Ms. Autry?
And Superintendent, could you also just speak to the fact that up until this point, those sixth graders at the elementary building were missing out on some instructional time in comparison to the sixth graders in the other districts. So that's something they're going to be gaining with this move, correct?
Correct. We have a shorter day at the elementary level, and so the curriculum, they did not have their full allotted time that they would normally have at a middle school setting, and so they'll get those additional supports of time, and anything that they would have received at the elementary, they'll get that as well, and then some, because again, we're looking at college and career academies, and they have that already going on at the middle school. We do not have that piece at the elementary yet, but they'll be exposed to being explorers and trailblazers, and so we're excited about the opportunity, really, to be able to treat them like true middle schoolers.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Outley and Ms. Tecca. Is there any other discussion? Okay, roll call, please, Mr. Atkins.
Mrs. McKittrick?
Yes.
Dr. Akbar?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Ms. Jackson?
Aye.
The motion carries. Next, we move to item 30.1. This is a resolution approving the filing of complaints against real property. This is a tax complaints for tax year 2022. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been probably moved by Mr. Alexander, seconded by Mr. Perry. Is there any discussion? Okay, roll call, please. Mr. Atkins.
Mrs. McKittrick?
Yes.
Dr. Akbar?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Ms. Jackson?
Aye.
The motion carries. Next, we will move to recess into executive session pursuant to Ohio Revised Code 121.22G1 for the purpose of considering the employment of a public employee or official of the school district, and G4 for the purpose of reviewing negotiations or bargaining sessions with employees concerning compensation or other terms and conditions of employment. Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Akbar. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. McKittrick. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please, Mr. Atkins.
Mrs. Autry?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Ms. Jackson?
Aye.
Mrs. McKittrick?
Yes.
Dr. Akbar?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
The motion carries. We are in recess.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, welcome back. We are reconvening at 11:21 p.m. on 3/27. We have several items to vote on here. We'll go to item 32.1. That's, excuse me. That's Resolution 23-042. This is a tentative agreement between the Akron Board of Education and the Service Employees International Union Local 1 Child Nutrition Employees. Is there a motion to approve the resolution?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Dr. Akbar and seconded by Mr. Alexander. Is there any discussion? Okay, we'll do roll call. So, I'm sorry, it was, I should recognize motions. It was motioned by Dr. Akbar and seconded by Alexander. Mr. Todd, right? Isn't it? Okay, roll call. Dr. Akbar.
Yes.
Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Mr. Perry.
Yes.
Dr. Hall, aye. Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Ms. McKittrick.
Yes.
Motion carries. All right, next we move to the next resolution, which is Resolution 23-043. It's a tentative agreement between the Akron Board of Education and the Ohio Association of Public School Employees, Local 689, the paraprofessional employees. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Dr. Akbar, seconded by Ms. Autry. Is there any discussion? Okay, roll call. Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Mrs. McKittrick.
Yes.
Dr. Akbar.
Yes.
Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Mr. Perry.
Yes.
Dr. Hall, aye. Motion carries 7-0. Next, we move to the final resolution of the evening, which is 23-044, a resolution to provide non-bargaining child nutrition elementary helper employee wage increases. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Okay. And Dr. Akbar, so it's motion, okay, first. Okay. All right, is there any discussion? Okay, roll call, Dr. Akbar.
Yes.
Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
Mrs. Autry.
Yes.
Mr. Perry.
Yes.
Dr. Hall, aye. Ms. Jackson.
Aye.
Ms. McKittrick.
Yes.
Motion carries. Okay, next we have a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay. So,
Second.
Akbar. Okay, it's been. All right. Is there any discussion? Okay, roll call. Ms. McKittrick.
Yes.
Dr. Akbar.
Yes.
Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Mr. Perry.
Yes.
Dr. Hall. Aye. Ms. Jackson.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. We stand in adjournment at 11:24 p.m.